because this committee reserves the right not to attend to you, reserves the right to send you back. But you can imagine, for you to come from Ikering, you have to come not the same day. It's not like you are coming from Ndola, or you are coming from Kabwe. You have to come 2, 3, 4 days. The fuel aspect, the accommodation, the food, your budget is high, and we send you back. How much are we going to put? Who bears that cost? At whose cost, if you are to go back, at whose cost will that be? Of course, not on government, I believe. So, at times you want, let's make sure that we work together and we do the right thing. We interact. All we want is to interact with you, get what we can get from you, just like we are getting from any person in this country, because our primary goal is to make sure that development reaches everywhere. And how do we indicate that? It's by working together. You have a comment, Honorable Simombe?
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much. Chair, I was going to say exactly what you are saying, but probably just to also say, aren't we just going to end up fulfilling a fixture without necessarily getting the information that is vital for the enhancement of Ikelengi itself? Like you've rightly indicated, everything else is second from parliamentary duties. Now, won't we end up fulfilling a fixture, Chair, if we proceed with them? It's just my concern that some of the officers are key in this deliberation, because we need to get information and probably advise how would someone just get engaged and then leave parliamentary duties, Chairman. You said it is not government's cost. At the end of the day, Chair, it is government's taxpayer. Because what we are doing here is very vital. We are trying to ensure that all leaking taps are closed. But you have now your key officers not before this committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Simombe. I want Ikelengi to know that, at times we get feedback from what is obtaining in Ikelengi, at times from the elected representatives. Honorable Muchima is so close to me. He was my chairperson. And of course, not this year, maybe the other year. I know he had always have some concerns in Ikelengi, especially when we used to have the equalization fund. That I will not hide. And we told him that Ikelengi is one of our destinations this year, 2024. I think you are on the program, right? Isn't it, Secretariat? Yes. Ikelengi is one of our destinations. We want to come and physically, what else you are submitting, but we will also have a date with Ikelengi in April. So we really want, that's why we wanted all the officers so that we start at this, same note. But honorable members, I would suggest that we proceed and get the feedback from them. If there will be those questions where really we need the officers, the procurement officer and the internal auditor, we will see as we cross the bridge there. So we will proceed in that fashion. Council Secretary, I will now invite you to make your submission to this committee. In your submission, we will proceed in this way. We are starting your submission from page 2. On page 2, the first query is community projects. So you read the delayed submission of proposed projects by the CDF committee. From there, you come to your response, management response, cause of query, which is cause of query. Then you come to the action you have taken, and then the remedies that you are putting in place as Ikelengi Town Council. Please proceed in that fashion.
Thank you, Chair, for your guidance and your indulgence. Before I make the presentation, I would like to request the committee to ignore Appendix 2 of the report. To ignore Appendix 2 of the report.
Appendix 2.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, please proceed. We are ignoring that. Yes, Honorable Nyambasa.
Chair, for me it is strange. The evidence here has come from the same council. They gave us this report. We took time to note. And they're telling us to ignore without any reason. Then say we ignore. The next they will tell us, yes. Then we have challenges, Chair. What are the reasons for us to ignore this?
Just guide us, Council Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to give the guidance during the submission where it is stated, but suffice to say that the appendix in question is elections of the ward committee membership and not the orientation, because the orientation was done virtually. But I will explain as I make the submissions, Chair.
Proceed. Of giving you the benefit of doubt. Please proceed.
The management response on community projects, the cause of query, the auditor's concern was noted and wished to report that the delay in submitting proposed projects for approval was a result of delayed establishment of new ward development committees after the general election and following progressive changes in the CDF funding and the attendant procedures. The instructive circular dated 20th April 2022 guided that all WDCs should be oriented in line with the new CDF guidelines between 25th April and 60th May 2022, which was beyond the legally prescribed date of 31st March 2022. This requirement contributed to the regrettable delay in the submission of the proposed projects for approval to the prescribed authority. There is an appendix 1 of the circular. The action taken, Chair, following the aforementioned instructive circular, the local authority formed WDCs and submitted the projects for approval after the orientation of WDCs. And this is where I requested the committee that they ignore, because what is attached there is the establishment, the election and establishment of new ward development committees. The orientation was done virtually. Chair, we further wish to submit that the submissions for approval for 2023 and 2024 have been done within the prescribed time limit. Both of them were done in January. The remedial measure, management shall ensure a timely submission of proposed projects from the ward development committees and the Constituency Development Fund Committee for approval. The second item, Chair, if I may proceed.
Yes,
Failure to follow approved standard designs. The management response, which is on page 4. Failure to follow approved standard designs. The cause of the query. The identified community-driven labor-based project were embarked on prior to 2022 as phased projects. In the under review, guidelines were issued that all projects should be budgeted for to their completion. Following this issuance, the local authority proceeded as guided and budgeted for the laboratories to completion. However, the designs of the building according to the new standards were that of a classroom block. The action taken, we acknowledge the auditor's observation and wish to report that under the 2022 funding, a recommendation was made to the Constituency Development Fund Committee to consider completing the named projects as 1/3 and 1/2 classroom blocks respectively. The Constituency Development Fund Committee adopted the same under that minute number and was subsequently approved by the Provincial Office under Appendix 4. The remedial measure, the local authority will endeavor to use standard approved design at all times from the respective ministries before embarking on construction works. If I may proceed, Chair, to the next item, which is delayed completion of projects.
Can proceed.
The management response is on page 9. Cause of query, delayed completion of projects. The action taken, Chair. We acknowledge the auditor's observation and wish to report that the 7 listed projects out of 33 community-driven labor-based projects that the Council was implementing had a challenge in delivering of materials due to heavy rains, heavy and prolonged rains, and the fuel shortage in the neighboring district. However, there has been tremendous progress on these projects, that 4 are completed and 3 at finishes level. We have that on Appendix 5. The remedial measure, the CDF committee shall ensure that allocation of funds henceforth shall be based on established engineers' estimates, and all construction works under CDF shall be on full contract basis in order for the community to benefit from the expertise of the contractors by the quality of works that should meet national standards. If I may proceed, Chair, to the next category.
Yes.
That is secondary boarding school and skills development. Late submission of skills development bursary application for approval. Management response, late submission, cause of query, late submission of skills development bursary applications for approval. Action taken. We acknowledge the auditor's concern and we wish to report that the delay in submission of skills development bursary applications for approval, as per the auditor's observation, was as a result of the mandatory orientation and operationalization of the ward development committees after the general election, as per the circular dated 20th April 2022, which is at Appendix 1. The remedial measure, the local authority will continue to have engagements with ward development committees so as to ensure approval of skills development bursary application to the prescribed authority are made timely. If I may proceed to cross-cutting issues. Cause of query, budget variance of 2 million and unspent funds of 19,903,324. Action taken. The auditor's concern was noted and we wish to report that the budget variance of 2 million was money withheld for the purchase of the CDF and police vehicles, while the 19 million unspent fund was money committed to projects and activities, and as at 31st December 2023, 17,606,148.12 ngwe has been spent. We have that on Appendix 6. The remedial measure, the local authority will endeavor to have the proposed project submitted early for approval so that there will be ample time to complete the project before the close of the year. The next item is failure to spend 7,445,197. The auditor's concern was noted and wished to report that a total of 10,058,313.80 ngwe has been spent as at 31st December 2023, leaving a balance of 1,887 kwacha 15 ngwe, 15 kwacha 2 ngwe, which is committed to some ongoing community projects. We have the evidence on Appendix 7. The remedial measure, the local authority will endeavor to have the proposed project submitted early for approval so as to have ample time to complete the projects before the close of the year. The second item, failure to produce monitoring reports. We acknowledge the auditor's concern and admit the lapse in filing monitoring reports separate from the payment vouchers. We, however, wish to state that CDF reports in the prescribed template format have been submitted to the District Development Coordinating Committee and subsequently to the Provincial Development Coordinating Committee for consideration. And we have that at Appendix 8. The local authority will ensure that every monitoring activity is accompanied by a timely monitoring report. The next item, Chair, is a misappropriation of funds, 25,000. Cause of query. We acknowledge the auditor's concern and wish to report that the cooperative, Kwalwila Women's Multipurpose Cooperative in Ikelenge Ward, had applied for a grant amounting to 25,000, and the application was successful in that all the requirements were met. However, at the point of monitoring the use of the grant, the group failed to account for the money dispersed to them during the period under review. The action taken, the local authority reported the matter to the Constituency Development Committee for consideration and action. The committee resolved that the matter be reported to the police. We have the evidence on Appendix 9. Remedial measure, the local authority will intensify monitoring the beneficiaries regularly and further propose sanctions to be clearly spelled out in the CDF Act to be a deterrent other than just monitoring. The next item, Chair. The cause of query, failure to disperse soft loans. The action taken. The auditor's concern was noted and wish to report that the guidelines on how to handle loan component of the CDF was only issued in 2023, and the council has since dispersed 2,629,000 out of the entire allocation to the approved beneficiaries. We have the evidence on Appendix 10. The local authority will endeavor to disperse the soft loan as soon as they are approved. The next item, Chair, is Bursary Secondary School and Skills Development and Spend Grant. Cause of query, Bursary Secondary School and Skills Development and Spend Grants. Action taken. The auditor's concern was noted and wish to report that 3,728,699 has since been spent following the instructive letter dated 12 April 2023. It should further be noted that the initial uptake was slow due to the community apprehension of the exercise. Currently, the council is overwhelmed by the number of applicants, and the whole amount has since been spent in 2023 as a spillover. The appendix is at Appendix 11. The remedial measure, the local authority will endeavor to sponsor as many pupils and students as the allocation would allow. Chair, that ends the submissions.
Thank you very much, Council Secretary. Honorable members have questions. Honorable Nyambose, Honorable Sumumba.
Thank you, Chair. I will start with a question on page 12.
Page 12.
Page 12 of the report. Misappropriation of funds to the tune of 25,000 kwacha by one club called Kwalilwa Women Multipurpose Cooperative in Ikelenge. The question is, Council Secretary, you had to report this matter to the CDFC, to the CDF committee in January. That's when you had a meeting to report about the misapplied resources. When did the council management realize that the said club which was given money in 2022, only to convene a meeting to look at it in January 2024. It's January 2023 at 10 hours. But if you look at the signing of the minutes, Chair, the minutes are dated Thursday, 4th January 2023 at 10 hours, only to be signed by the chairperson on January 2024.
That's Appendix 9.
Appendix 9. The meeting took place in 2023 January. It took 1 year for the chairman of the committee to sign the said minutes. Are these minutes authentic, Council Secretary? How do you have a meeting the other year and the meetings are, the minutes are only made in the following year? How true is this? And how did you realize, when did you realize that the said money was misappropriated? If you do the monitoring. Thank you, Chair.
Council Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's just a date on the minute. It's supposed to be 4th January 2024 and not January 2023 on the minute, because the meeting was held in January, and even the area member of parliament, if you can see, was equally in attendance, among other members. It's just an error on the 2023. It's actually 2024.
It's 2024.
Yes,
So
yes, Chair.
When was this money? When there was another question. When did you disperse this money, the 25,000?
The monies for the projects, for the grants, were not dispersed at once. We're dispersing in tranches.
No, the one in the query, the 25,000. That's what we are asking. Is it in batches as well? When did you start and when did you finish dispersing 25,000?
We started dispersing the monies in July 2023, and the monitoring also followed thereafter. Of course, initially the groups were indicative that they were performing because we needed to give them enough time to be able to carry out the projects. But then, of course, we realized that one of these groups, and it may not be the only one, Chair, which has such an incident, we noted that there are this misappropriation. And the CDF Act and the guidelines doesn't clearly provide for us on how to be able to handle this other than just monitoring. So we needed to engage the CDF committee.
Yeah, Chairman, Council Secretary, we want to move at the same pace nicely. So this is the reason as to why we are asking you step by step. We are not talking about 2, 3, 4 groups here. We are talking about one group, Karwira, whether it's Karwarira Women's Group. That's the one we are talking about. So we are saying, when did you disperse? When did these people, this group, got to the 25,000?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I may ask the DPO to be able to shed light with the information.
DPO?
Thank you, Chair. This group received their monies sometime in April. Yes, and then
April which year? April which year?
April to be 2023.
DPO, we want you to be factual. And when you say sometime in April, we are recording. We want to generate a report. So you give us specific date because you have the dates when you disbursed this money. So tell us it's 18th April 2023. Then that's what the Secretariat will pick. So if you say sometime 2023, sometimes in April, will not. So if you don't have that information as we want it, please ask your colleagues. Maybe somebody has that information, but otherwise we want you to be as clear as much as we can so that we are able to get the, to put up notes on what you are saying. Do you have the dates? Do you have that right information for that group?
No, I may not be sure on the correct day when they receive the funds.
No, that's what we want. If you're not sure, you tell us you're not sure,
Okay.
other than misleading the committee. Okay, can you switch off your mic? Honorable Nyambose, then Honorable Kamon.
Chair, I'm worried. I'm going back to the same minutes. The council secretary and the team, when coming here, they knew they were coming to this serious committee. How can he tell us that this is just a mistake? All the evidence that they have produced or given us, they have gone through them. This is not a mistake, Chair. I doubt the authenticity of this evidence. Why do I say so, Chair? Just when we started, he told us, can you ignore the minutes on Appendix 2? Reluctantly, you said, okay, let's proceed. If you look at the minutes attached, are for a different meeting. So is the council secretary and the team serious to come and give us information that is not factual? The minutes here I'm reading, Chair, themselves, they prepare these minutes. And when they are signing here, it is signed in 3rd day of January 2024. I'm just reading, Chair. Council secretary. Is this authentic? So, Chair, my question is, how authentic is this? Or you are not sure of what you are doing? Or maybe, I will start doubting your competence as a team. You are bringing things that cannot correlate. You are misleading me. I'm failing to come up to the next question because I'm misled here. So, Chair, I wanted to know, if they were doing monitoring, somewhere in March, in April, the DPO says somewhere in April they were releasing, that's when they released, somewhere without actual date, Chair. Now, if they released the money, at which point did they realize that this particular group misappropriated 25,000 kwacha if they were doing monitoring and evaluation? And if they were doing that monitoring and evaluation, what actions did they take then so that they could have shown the external auditors to say that we have a group and this is the action and the minutes that we took? The auditors could have dropped this query. But because of lack of monitoring, they were not doing that. The auditors found for themselves that there was such a thing. If there was any minute before the auditors came, this query could not have come. Chair, that's my concern.
Thank you. Just to add on, Honorable Nyambose, Council Secretary, are you now getting the picture as to why the ministry directed that you should have those officers like the internal auditor? Because the internal auditor now, we are going to ask the internal auditor to prove to us in his notebook, in his minutes, because they are supposed to have the dates and everything in their notebook. So you would have given us when this money was paid. Just like my honorable colleague has asked, if it was sometime in April when you paid this money, when it was the first monitoring activity, when did you first go there to check on these people that you have given money, including this one?
Thank you, Chair. Just a clarification on the minutes. Chair, if you go to the second page, on the second page of the minutes in question, that is Appendix 9, at the bottom there is a certification certified as a true copy and correct record of the proceeding of the Constituent Development Fund Committee held on 3rd January. Appendix 9, Chair. Appendix 9?
Yes.
The second page at the bottom there.
The second page, this one.
Yes, yes.
Signed by...
That is the CDF chairperson.
Chitundu, yes.
Yes. So the minutes, this is why I was Chair saying, on the first page, the 2023 was just a typographical error. The actual date for the minute was in 2024. As you can see here, this is certified as a true and correct record of the proceedings of the Constituent Development Fund Committee held on 3rd January 2024. Just to clarify that these minutes are authentic and to allay the fears of the Honorable Member of Parliament for Chasef. Then the other one, Chair, on the date, the Treasurer has the actual date.
Yes, Treasurer.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The grant of 25,000 was paid in August 2022. And the first monitoring was done in March.
One minute, don't rush. It's August 2022.
Yes, that's when the grant was paid to
Okay.
Kwalura Group.
Okay, and the monitoring, the first one was
The
when?
first monitoring on grants was done in March. That's when we discovered that.
March what? March which year?
That was March 2023.
2023.
Yes, that's when we discovered that there was they failed to account for this grant, of course.
So between August and March, there was nothing. You didn't go there. All right, we'll leave that. Honorable Kamondo.
Yeah, on the same misappropriation of funds, which was brought up by Honorable Nyambose, I just want to find out from the Council Secretary. You are saying that action taken, the local authority reported the matter to the Constituency Development Fund for further consideration and action. The CDF committee resolved that the matter be reported to police, see Appendix 9. On Appendix 9, we only have the minutes, which is the subject of the matter which we are discussing here. Now, I would like to find out from the CS, after that was done, do we have any evidence that this matter was reported to police? Do we have that evidence? That is the first question. The second one, on the remedial measures, the local authority will intensify monitoring the beneficiaries regularly and further propose that sanctions be clearly spelled out in the CDF Act to be a deterrent other than just monitoring. I want to find out from the Council Secretary, are we saying that the CDF guidelines are not sufficient and we need to make amendments to the bill which is coming? Or what are you trying to tell the committee? Because now it looks like the guidelines which are there, they are not enough to deter the would-be actual beneficiaries from spending the money elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just before we lose track, just on the treasurer said the money was released in August 2022, and after 8 months, 2023 March, that's when you conducted the first monitoring activity. Which one came first? Was it the auditors or yourselves in March? Because I believe the audit was happening around that time as well.
The monitoring started. Then after our monitoring, the auditors also came to do the monitoring. So they came after March for auditing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay. Council Secretary, there are these questions from my colleague.
Thank you, Chair. We are yet to report the matter to the police. If the committee will notice that this meeting was held in January on 4th, and I think just about there, that is when we started off. So when we go back, it's one of the action points that we are going to be able to do to report the matter to the police. With regard to what happens when the guidelines provide for how you disperse the grants, but then if the community, the groups themselves misappropriate, other than just monitoring and reporting that they've done this, there are no clearly spelled out sanctions, which even at the point of getting the grant, people should be able to know that once we get this grant, the consequences, if we don't apply the money to the intended purpose and things like that, would be this. If that was to come out clearly, that would help the councils and indeed the government.
Honorable Smumba. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I will take you to page 11. Failure to spend. And on your action taken, you are even admitting to say the total amount of 10,058,313 has been spent as the 31st December 2023, leaving a balance of 1,887,015.02, which is committed to some ongoing community projects. And we have even stated to say we see Appendix 7. I would want to take you to Appendix 7. Chair, Appendix 7, it is just showing the balance of this 1.887015. I wanted to find out if you had to seek authority from the provincial local government officers to use the very 1.887.015 so that it can be committed to community projects. I submit, Chair.
Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. The amount was already approved by the provincial government office in the sum of 11,945,328.09. So it's just against this that we are spending, and even this 1.8 million, the balance will also be spent, and it's covered within that initial approval of the listed project from the province. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Nyambose and Honorable Singombe. Okay, Honorable Singombe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm on page 10. Page 10, Chair, there is a table there, and I was trying to find out why this money did not accrue interest. Which account did you use for it to have a blank there on the interest part? There is nothing.
Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. This is the Constituency Development Fund account. Thank you, Chair.
I think are you satisfied, Honorable Singombe? All right.
Chair, page 5.
Page 5.
Delayed completion of projects. I'll read, Chair. In 2022, I go ahead?
Yes, please, go ahead.
We are there, all of us? In 2022, the Council embarked on several projects. An inquiry and a physical inspection carried out in September 2023 revealed that the projects had not been completed for periods ranging between 4 months and 7 months from their expected dates of completion in 2023. In particular, the following. Now we go to page 6, the projects in question. These projects, most of them were started in 2020, some of them, year 2020, like Chiokolo Rural Health Post, Chair. The contract period was 6 months. Starting date was 1st March 2020. Expected completion date 1st August 2020. Amount which was allocated was 252,000. Amount spent on this particular project was 153,850. Status of the project as at 19th September 2023. Project was at gable level with the following works outstanding: flooring, glazing, carpentry and joinery, roof structure and roofing, plastering, painting and decorating. Chair, this is a project that was started in 2020. Okay. As at September 2023, when the auditors passed through, they found the project not roofed. The status was as shown there. Having spent 153,000 kwacha, then, Council Secretary, we go to, it's on the same table, Chair, if you allow me, instead of taking them one by one. The second, construction of staff house at Kanyikolu Community School. The project was for 6 months, again started in 2020, supposed to have been completed on 1st March 2021, amounting to 256,248,265 was the amounts spent. If you look at it, the project was at at finishes level with the following, the English there, Chair. The following works were still outstanding: carpentry and joinery and external works. Chair, another project, or I should not go through one by one. Chair, you note that when you look at these projects, there are several which were started way back. Money is spent, and in some cases, more money spent, but they were not completed. Council Secretary, with this scenario in Ikerenge constituency, under your leadership, do we see effective monitoring of projects and implementation of projects for the benefit of the people of Ikerenge, and to show government that you have the capacity to implement projects as expected? Until when the auditors visited, these projects were still outstanding, and most of them to the levels that they were before, even after allocating resources. Chair, I want a serious answer on that one.
Council Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. These projects were phased projects. The funding initially was being given under the 1.6 million former CDF. They were being given in phases, and then in 2022, that is when they were given the full amount to be able to complete them. And Chair, like the auditors observed, the issue of submission of the project for approval after the establishment of the WDCs, we submitted them somewhere around June as indicated. The approval came. So even in 2022, it wasn't from the beginning. But there were 33 projects, I must mention, Chair. And out of those 33, we've already been able to complete the other ones. These are the 7 that the auditors observed. And if you go to Appendix 5 of the report, Chair, you will notice that out of these 7, 4 are already completed. The 3 are the ones that are at finishes. We have the appendix at Appendix 5, Chair.
Appendix 5. Just a minute. On Appendix 5.
On Appendix 5, we have the first one, the Honorable Member for Chasef was talking about the Chiokolo. That is the first one. Then we have the Kanyikolo community.
Is Chiokolo complete?
Chiokolo is roofed. That is the status at which it is. It's not yet. It's among the 7. The second one is complete, the Kanyikolo Community School. On the next page, the third one is Mbuya. It's complete. Then the fourth one is the house at Yambeji. It's also complete. and the 60th one is also complete, which is the 1x3 classroom at Mavunda.
So the projects that started in 2020, they are all complete?
Most of them are complete. These
No,
were the
you're not answering.
These were the remaining ones.
I'm
and
saying the projects that started in 2020, they are all complete?
Yes, Chair, they are complete.
They are all complete?
They are complete, except these ones.
No, sir. When I asked, say, no, are they all complete? You tell me they are not. Then I'll ask how many. Then like that,
No,
isn't it?
They are not all complete.
All of them are not complete. So how many are remaining? Are they 7 or what? The ones that are not complete?
The remaining ones, Chair, according to this report, are 3.
There are 3.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, and those have running contracts?
Yeah, yes, Chair.
Full contracts?
No, they are still on labor-based because the model continued like that because of the community aspect. But the ones that we started ourselves under the 2023, those are full contract and they are all complete.
We have interacted with your colleagues that would say this project is not complete because we took over from the community. A community aspect, the labor-based aspect, and then we gave it a full contract so that we complete it quickly. So what was the difficult for you? You want to continue dragging with that because that mode, you know, me and you know that that's a slow mode.
Thank you, Chair. Some of them we converted them to full contract, like the Mavunda.
Yeah.
Some of them here were converted to full contract and they are complete. The other ones, we had a challenge because the community themselves demanded that they will be able to complete through the appointed contractor from the community. And those are a few of them. Like I think the Jimbe one and the Chiokoro. These are still with the contractor from the community.
Okay. Honorable Simambe, Honorable Mwanza.
Chair, I'm on page 10. The previous question I asked was why that program that is cross-cutting had no interest on the CDF. Then he said it was the CDF account. Now on page 10, Chair, is the loans component. The local authority is not telling us anything. All they are telling us is that number of pupils were 93, number of students 105, funding received 4.8, utilized 1 point, and they have not spent 3.7. Council Chairperson, page 10 on the loans component. So, and that was the query. I wanted to know why the local authority is not telling us how much money accrued in terms of interest. When you look at the action taken, they are saying the auditor's concern was noted, and we wish to report that the guidelines on how to handle the loan component of CDF was only issued in 2023. So, meaning to me, this sentence insinuates that the entire 2022, this loan component was not disbursed to the applicants. So the monies were sitting in that account, but they're not telling us how much interest was accrued as a result of that money sitting in that account for that long. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Council Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. I'll ask the Treasurer to just make a comment.
Treasurer.
Thank you, Chair. We have 2 separate accounts. There is one CDF main account. I think in responding, the Council Secretary indicated that the CDF main account does not accrue interest. But on the revolving account one, where we disperse the loans allocation, we had interest accrued, of course, to the tune of 267,000 as at 31st December 2023. So this is the account under which we spent the 2.6 million towards loans. Thank you.
That's why my question is, on an account where there is no interest, you are indicating, okay? But on a vote where there is interest, you are silent. And that is my question. Why are you quiet on this one, but you are projecting on an account which is clearly stated that there is no interest, but here you've decided to be mute? Why are you quiet on this account, which is a revolving account, which account actually accrues interest? And where is the interest here?
Thank you, Chair. I think when you look at the tables, the appendices that we are responding to, these are coming from the auditors. So on Appendix 1, which is budget performance, their table had a column for interest. But when we go to the one on page, the one for loans, which is on page 12, Appendix 8, failure to disperse soft loans, there was no column for interest. And the issue there was to do with why we didn't spend the 2.9 million. And our response is just targeted to the 2.9 million that was not dispersed at that particular time, to which we have mentioned that we have managed to disperse 2.6 million. And of course, just to make mention, when you go to Appendix 10, there is also a component where we have attached the bank statements to clearly show how much has been spent. Of course, what is on top is just a summary of what is contained under that appendix. When you go through the statements, Chair, you realize that there is a component of interest that is coming as part of a credit. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Dr. Mwanza, Honorable Kamondo, and then Honorable Nyambosa.
Thank you, Chair. I may take you to page 3. Mine is about on failure to follow approved standard designs. My first question is, at Jimbe Secondary School, do we have a lab or do we have a 1x3 classroom block? The second question is, the scope of work at Jimbe Secondary School is specifying that it was going to include substructure, superstructure, block works, and so on and so forth, which entails that it has to start from the ground, actually. It's not a completion project. You're not going to complete the project. You're supposed to start from excavations. And the contract price, the contract was on labor-based only, labor contract only, at 60,500. My question on these financials is, what was the contract sum to build the lab, either a lab or a 1x3 classroom block? Because as it is 18th September, you're showing you spent 481,000. So I'm getting a bit confused. What was the contract sum spent on this building? First of all, answer, is there a lab or a 1x3 classroom block at Jimbe Secondary School?
Okay, maybe, is it on the same?
No, it's on the issue of the loans. I thought maybe we might review it.
Okay, you can ask me. Okay, ask the loans issue.
Thank you,
Come back to
Honorable Chairperson. I wanted just to find out on the loans whether all the monies were disbursed, were given out to the would-be beneficiaries, and from what I'm seeing, it looks like there was still a balance. And if there was a balance, was the interest also included on the balance so that those who could have remained, not given the loans, could have also benefited? I wanted to find out actually the two, how much money was remaining, and then how much was accumulated, which we have been told is supposed to be 200 something thousand. Whether that money is taken back to the loan component, to the revolving fund, and if it was given. And then secondary, I wanted also to find out, when we look at the people that benefited from the monies, most of them actually got about 100,000 each, and very few maybe could have gotten. The list I've seen is about 40,000. I want to know whether it was instructive that each and every beneficiary could get about 100,000 each. And if that was not the case, was there any of the people that could have applied at less than those amounts, and maybe you denied them also the chance to get the money? Thank you.
Council Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with the question of the balance on the amount not paid. The money, the whole amount will have been paid, but then we discovered that there were some groups that had applied under Mwinilunga constituency, and they also applied under Ikelenge constituency. So, and of course we are using the same bank in Mwinilunga. So the bank was able to notice that these people have applied under both the constituencies. And we had to ask these groups to state their position as to which one they should, and they opted to surrender money for Ikeleng. So hence the balance that has remained. On the issue of the interest, we need to get, we can't just apply it on the other loans. We need to get Treasury approval that we've earned so much interest, and then we apply it to the Secretary to the Treasury, and how they will guide will depend on, will determine whether we can give it out as a loan from the interest or not. Then maybe I may have forgotten the other one.
The other one, it was just an observation actually on Appendix 10, where I found that most of the beneficiaries actually were getting 100,000, and very few got very little money. Now, my question was it the standard of giving out to those who had applied 100,000, or there were others who could have applied for less monies, but you didn't actually give them also the same benefit? What could have happened? Was it instructive, or maybe you are just following according to the applicants themselves? And why is it that people with very little amounts were not accorded the chance? Did they apply or they didn't apply?
Thank you, Chair. The loans were given according to the applications, and of course most of the people who got less amount, most of them had benefited from the grants. But of course under loans we were following the guidelines, the applications from the applicants. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, then the questions from Dr. Mwanza about the standard classroom, those questions.
The what is at Jimbe is a 1x3 classroom, and this had started as a labor base, as we had said, a phased project, and it's nearing completion. What we have is a phased, a 1x3 classroom, and not a laboratory. And the reasons I think we had given in our response, where we're saying the community had envisaged that they were doing a lab, but when in actual fact the design that they had was for 1x3. So when we said we'll complete it, we did report to CDF, and there was that approval both from CDF and from the province regarding the state of the structure.
Yeah, but the question from my colleague on B, saying failure to follow the approved standards. Director of Works, maybe. These people initially they said they want to do a laboratory, and then they ended up having a 1x3 classroom block. Was that the standard right from the scratch? If you are monitoring, is that what you wanted, or at which stage? Because the auditors picked that that wasn't the standard.
To just add on, we wanted to find out what was approved in the first place. Was it
a classroom block,
or a laboratory? Thank you.
Further to that, the question from Dr. Mwanza was, what was the contract price? Because you seem to be putting money. We don't know the contract price. You highlight the contract price.
Council Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. On page 3, the total contract sum is 737. That was the yes. Now, like we have mentioned before, these are projects that started by the community, and they were being given money. Like I think if you've seen this,
Council Secretary, you should help us by answering the questions. Then you are helping us. So first you answer the question, what was approved to be done there? At 737, what was it? Was it a lab or a classroom block?
Maybe I can ask the... Yes. What was approved was a 1x3 classroom block. And
where is the lab coming from?
The lab was what the community had envisaged. And perhaps, Chair, I can even give a background to this project.
Yes.
The essence of the community trying to do a laboratory is that the secondary school itself is actually operating from the primary. They are sharing the same structure as the primary school. And then there was fear that they would lose the examination number unless they had a laboratory. And that is how the community pushed, not just for this, even on the other 3 aspects, that they needed to do a lab. But if you go on the site, and if you can see from the image, on the site where this building is being built up as a school now, as a secondary school, there was actually no structure at all. There was actually no structure. And the community had envisaged that they were going to do a laboratory. But when we picked it up in the 2022 with the increased funding, we realized that what they had done was the design of a classroom block. And that is what has been now completed as a classroom block. But the community initially envisaged that it should be done as a laboratory, given that background that I've given, Chair.
Sir, Council Secretary, this is CDF fund, right? Isn't it?
Yes, Chair.
Which you are fully involved, not the community. So now we have 2 scenarios. We have the technocrats at the council, we have the community. And then you have the school on the other side that needed a lab for it to maintain the examination number or center. Now, they came to you as a local authority that we need a lab for us to maintain this number. And you approved the monies for the lab. Then you allowed the community to go and start building a classroom block without your involvement. Are you seeing that confusion that we are not able to get it clear? Because if the school are requested for a lab, they came to you or they applied, you start that lab. It means you're going to monitor yourself. You're going to monitor and supervise that the lab is coming up. But it's like you're surprised that the community at the end of the day, they are doing a classroom block. And that's why the auditors, when they came, they said, but look, here we are looking for a lab, but what we are seeing is a classroom block. So are you able to explain in clear terms for us what actually happened on that?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we see the lapse that is there. And basically, that was the challenge we had with these community-driven projects, because the designs and everything that they were doing were not up to standards. And we have advised, as a remedy, we have advised them to be able to apply to CDF so that now a separate lab be done for them, inclusive of water and other facilities. So we were supposed to have done that, to have considered them under the 2023 funding, except that the instruction to procure a desk more like superseded most of these other aspects. But it's a lab that is in the pipeline for the school, because really, like I've said, the area where it is, there is actually no school at all. This is what is the starting point.
You see, don't
Yeah,
confuse
follow.
us more that there is no school at all. You see, Council Secretary, sorry, honorable members, Council Secretary, when you realize you had the auditors at your disposal, you had an interaction, and you realized instead of the lab there is a classroom block. Why didn't you change the minutes with the auditors to say, no, we are going to put a separate lab. For now, we have this one as a classroom block because it doesn't match the standard of a lab. Why didn't you clear that? Because the confusion is on the actual image, the building, and then what the notes are saying.
Thank you, Chair. We did report to the CDF committee, and this is what is on Appendix 4, that they vary. We vary that we do a 1:3 classroom block.
But what did you tell the auditors?
Those are the answers that the auditors were informed of, but I think there was this insistence that it should have been a lab.
Yes.
Further to what we are trying to get from the CS, I just wanted, Chair, to get satisfaction from the Council Secretary. As at 18 September 2022, 481,838 kwacha had been spent from the total allocation of 737,000, leaving a balance of 255,162 kwacha. Council Secretary, this is now you taking over using the 2022, correct?
Yes, Chair.
Further to that, I want to go further, Chair.
Yes, brother.
The image that you have shown behind here and the outstanding works, are you telling this committee and the people of Ikering that the balance that you allocated will complete this 1:3 classroom block, which was supposed to be a laboratory? That's my question.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the money will be able to complete because at the time of this report, most of the materials to go on the project were already bought and they were in stores. So the materials that should go into there, and in fact the status now, maybe I can ask the engineer, the status is fundamentally different. This was the image captured by the auditors, but we haven't been able to bring an updated image. But the money is sufficient to complete because the materials were already bought.
Sorry, just to make a follow-up. Yes. Can you confirm that you have given Jimbe Secondary School a project that they did not want? You've given them a 1:3 classroom block, but the school requested a laboratory because they saw the need for a laboratory based on the education sector to have it as an examination center, because definitely they have some science subjects, I'm sure, that need a laboratory. So you gave them a project that they did not want. Why?
Council Secretary.
Chair, like I've mentioned, there are minutes for the CDF committee. That
the minutes too?
The minutes from the CDF committee to vary from a laboratory to a 1:3 classroom. Yes, we've given them a lab and we've given them a 1:3 classroom and not a lab.
When did those minutes, Council Secretary, just when my colleague was reading this, Honorable Nyambose, come down there. However, the lab is being built using specifications of 1:3 classroom block instead of the laboratory. Director of Works, where are we on that one?
Thank you, Chair.
At what point did you vary? Say no, now we can have a classroom block.
That was done a long time ago. I think that was actually beginning of 2023. We had that concern as a department, and to follow up to answer the other concern a honorable member had, saying where at which stage is the project. It's currently at finishes level. It's being painted for completion as a 1x3 classroom block. I may not be able to comment so much on at that time, of course, in 20 when it began, because of course I was not there at that time, so I can't really. I would be lying if I said the exact thing that happened then. But from 2023, we had that concern as a department, and no, we cannot complete a lab and complete it as a laboratory, but as a 1x3 classroom block.
Another question on page 10. Page 13.
13.
Page 13, Chair, I don't know. Are we there?
Yes, sir.
Unspent grants. Secondary school and skills development grants unspent to the tune of 3,728,699. This was for number of pupils and number of students to skills and the secondary schools. Secondary schools, 93 pupils, number of students 105. Chair, the auditor's concern was noted. Now I'll go straight to the measures, remedial measure. The local authority will endeavor to sponsor as many pupils and students as their location would allow. The question is, we have this huge sum of money which has been found in this account because of the numbers that are applying. Based on this report, you had a balance of 3 million, 3.7 million unspent. What did you do upon realizing that you had this huge sum of money still on your accounts because the numbers were very low? Why didn't you build a laboratory in question at Jimbe, or any action you would have thought important so that it would benefit the people of Ikerenge? What did you do with this money sitting in the accounts? I've not seen any report varying the accounts or to propose other projects to be undertaken by the council. But this money given by our good government still sitting in the accounts. At the time of audit, there was no action on what to be done with this money. Council Secretary, may I have the answer?
Yes, Honorable Simomba.
Thank you very much, Chair. On the same, because they have stated to say we should see Appendix 11, and when you see on the very unspent glance, when you see Appendix 11, it's just an approval of bursaries and the skills. So now I can't see any approval for the grants, Chair, because according to them, they are stating to say they have spent these grants. Where is the approval for the grants? I submit, Chair.
Council Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. On the same Appendix 11, if you go to the next page, that is the list of the colleges and institutions where the money was spent, the money we are talking about.
There is grants and also there is bursary. There are two different things. Grants were supposed to be given to citizens of Ikerenge. Bursaries were supposed to be given to pupils, those who seek some, skills development and so forth. But we're asking, there is unspent grants. Where is an approval for unspent grants? Thank you.
Before he responds, my question is 3.7 million, 3 million to be precise, 3,728,699 unspent. What you have attached on Appendix 11 is what you have spent for the pupils and the skills. My question is, I'm not disputing this appendix, although you should follow up the question from Honorable Simumba. The question is, you have 3.7 million sitting in your accounts, no innovation, no action, and yet the people of Ikelenge, they are craving for a laboratory at Jimbe and many other activities or projects that they want to undertake. During this time or period under review, you had 3.7 million and you have not shown any innovation. It is just sitting in the accounts. You have no use for this? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If you look at the Appendix 9, it's bursary 9.1, Appendix 9.1. This is what the Auditor General picked. It's bursary, secondary school and skills development and spent grant. It's also a grant. They have categorized it as a grant, but this is for bursary, for sponsoring children to pupils and students to colleges. And we are saying we have spent this money according to these colleges where we have sent the children as per Appendix 11, Chair.
Chair, my question, yes. I agree. According to the guidelines, you are supposed to spend on the applicants, which you did very well. But the numbers and the amounts that you spent were less than the allocation. Correct? Yes. Now, you have a balance. You executed according to the guidelines. The numbers that you applied are very few, but the money is sitting. Other councils who are innovative chairperson, they have come they have written to the Ministry of Local Government, trying to do a variation that we have certain monies sitting, the numbers are low in Ikelenge, so we want to take this money to procurement of desks or to building over what, so that this money can be spent. This was the 2022 amount. You just spent according to the numbers that you had and said, no, we have executed. I'm looking for innovation from this team of officers that are there to develop Ikelenge. We see the people, or you see the money sitting. And then again, Chairperson, 2023, the good government poured more money in this particular vote. So if there is no innovation from this management, they say, no, we have done our part. Money is sitting. Are we going to see Ikelenge change? Thank you.
I'm a bit getting confused. The number of pupils that were sponsored were about 93, isn't it? Yes.
93 pupils.
Yes, and the number of students were 105. And you utilized about 1.161884, not so? And the balance, Chair, was 3.728 on page 13. So it was after they have paid off to the students and to the pupils. That's what the remaining remained, which is 3.7, which again you are stating you have used. How? Where the number? Did the number increase for you to use the same amount which remained to pupils and also to students? I'm getting confused, Chair. At what point did the other pupils apply so that the unspent grants again can be spent?
Council Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. The amount of money that has been spent is the 3.7. And this money, the 3.7, you know, when you sponsor children to school or students to school, you pay them termly, meaning every term you release some money. The following term, you see those that have reported and confirmed by the school, again you release some money. And then you go on like that. So the whole amount has been spent. And for your own information, Chair, the letter that is attached there, the following year we received more applications and more new applications, but there were also students that were running into the following year.
the council secretary is not helping. Unless I'm failing to understand this, I'll read Appendix 9.1, bursary, secondary school and skills development, unspent grants. There is a schedule, Chair, and I'll ask the auditors to move with me. The council is Ikerenge Town Council, constituency Ikerenge. Number of pupils, 93. Number of students, 105. Funding received, 4,890,583. This is the funding under this vote. What was utilized, I'm using the words which have been printed here by yourselves, for the year under review. From 4.8, you only used 1,161,884, and you had unspent funds to the tune of 3,728,699. Now you are saying, no. Actually, this is not the case. This is the money you spent. You have no balance. At the time of audit, at the time of reporting, this is what has been given to us. That's why, Chair, I kept on doubting this report from this council. He's disputing what he has submitted again.
So, Council Secretary, do you have the list for the money that you have spent? Because the list that you have given to us here, the second page, is the 3.7, right?
Yes, Chair.
And that is unspent according to the Auditor General's office. That is
Chair.
for unspent. What is the list for the ones that you spent?
Maybe I can ask the treasurer to say, because you can.
Treasurer?
Thank you, Chair. On the table that is on page 13,
13.
you realize that this audit was carried out in 2022. So as at 31st December 2022, we had spent 1,161,000. We had this outstanding balance of 3.7 million. Now, in 2023, from this 3.7 million that was unspent, we have spent 3,700,000. That's in 2023. Just to make mention, Chair, when we started disbursing these funds, of course, there was a slow uptake in terms of these categories of funding. But as we went into 2023, the response was overwhelming. Of course, with enhanced sensitization, we saw a number of people applying, and we managed to pay the 3.7. Actually, even the funding for 2023, we have managed to take in more in terms of skills and secondary schools, such that at this time, we are, the program, the uptake is quite overwhelming. So we managed to pay the 3.7 in 2023 as per the appendix that is attached there.
Chair, I think that is the clarification that was missing. As what you are talking about, we don't know. We are looking at the 2022 audit report for CDF. Are we clear?
Yes, we are clear.
So, as for us, we are not going to use what imagination. You are talking about having spent in 2023. But what we are saying is that the report that have been submitted to us, we are cross-examining or interrogating a report for 2022, where you had 3.7 million unspent. So you cannot argue with the committee. The committee has been set up to look at the 2022. So you took over, you carried forward that amount to 2023, and that's why you're saying we spent. We are yet to come and see how we are going to, your report to come for 2023 when we're in 2024. So we are looking at the 2022. And if, moreover, what you have done is that this which was carried forward, 3.7 million, again you received more for 2023. So what we are saying that money for 3.7, you should have done some other things, knowing that 2023 you are going to receive more. However, you use this money, which is commendable. So don't argue. When we are sitting here, know why we are sitting. We are not going to look at the 2023 or 2024. That's why some of the attachments you are putting here, you do them in 2024, when things were done in 2022. it shows negligence, incompetence, and lack of capacity on your part. Act as when things are happening. Monitor projects. Do make decisions as and when you are expected to make decisions. So that is why we are speaking the way we are speaking, because we are interrogating the 2022. You failed to utilize this amount of money, Chair.
So I
Thank
think
you.
it's very clear to you now, Council Secretary, that members are concerned because from 2022, after you did what you could over those other pupils and the students, then the balance that remained, the 3.7, you only utilize it again for bursaries in 2023. So in between, the members, Honorable Nyambos was saying, you would have applied for something else. You use that amount for something else because you knew that money will come again in 2023. Something.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think why would they use also the grant for 2022 to use it for 2023 when they know that there is another allocation for that particular vote? Why didn't they use, to other community projects that needed attention? Because we are going to have a situation whereby even for 2023 grants won't be spent. Why didn't you use this 2022 grants to other projects than carrying forward them to 2023? Chair, submit.
Thank you very much. So, Council Secretary, what is the member is saying, maybe without getting that, is that for now, like you have 2023, for instance, if you have low intake, the money that you will be a balance, the money that you will not use this 2023, you cannot wait until 2025 or 2024 you use that money. You can use for other projects, other needy projects, because we believe that there are also competing needs around, and the ministry has allowed you can vary that through their, with their permission. You can use it for other projects.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we can do the variation, but at the moment, like the Treasurer has alluded to, the number now is overwhelming. It's more than the resources that we are available, because the 3.7 was spent. Even the allocation for 2023 has also been spent because of the carryover of the pupils from one year to the other.
All right, Honorable Commando, as we wind up.
We are a bit comforted that now most of the money is being utilized, and there is also an overwhelming, actually, feeling from the community, and they are now ready to participate. That is very good. However, I wanted just to know, out of those that started, how many so far have graduated? The bursaries and the skills. The skills, not the bursaries.
Thank you, Chair. Offhand, I may not be able to say. Maybe the DPO.
Do you have the figure, DPO?
Thank you, Chair. From the pupils, the 93 pupils, 15 have completed. And then under bursaries, the students, out of the 105, 40 have graduated.
40?
40.
You have the evidence for that? Hello?
I think it can be availed. I don't have it with me right now here, but
okay, get in touch with Secretariat as you go out. Thank you very much. Honorable Gazinga. Sorry. Mr. Gazinga.
Chair, I don't know, you are speaking ahead of time. Thank you, Chair. We just thought that maybe we can make a submission as a Minister of Local Government to guide the Ikelenge. I think two things are clear. The labor-based projects, let us ensure we discontinue with those, because we are eating on time to have those projects be put to use. The second item, I think there was an issue of interest end on the loan revolving. all what is required, just like the recoveries, you need to report them to your CDFC committee, that these are monies that have been generated on this account, and automatically they get to be applied in the subsequent allocations. The last one possibly is on guidelines. The guidelines are adequate. I think as officers on the ground, what is key in this case, let us enhance our technical expertise that we give to the WDCs and the CDFCs, so that in turn they can be appropriate to the citizens in our constituencies. And possibly also to enhance the monitoring and evaluation. As you have seen that misapplication, it was a result of delayed monitoring on the ground. 8 months is quite a long period if you have given any resource to somebody. Chair, I submit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kazinga. Ikaling, I think the committee has noted that there are gaps here and there, but mostly gaps are coming from what the ministry has observed. So on monitoring, the monitoring system, you must enhance that and make sure that you are moving with the projects. I'm sure Director of Works, next time you come here, you will not tell us that you are not there, because we have told you, I mean, we have advised through the ministry that actually going forward, the labor-based projects are discouraged and should not be there actually, so that we get these infrastructures that we desperately need done within the stipulated period of time. And we must move with time, and we do not want to see these things, coming up every time you're appearing here. So, Council Secretary, the only thing that you would say again is that you have to put your house in order, make use of the auditors when they come to visit you, make sure that you iron out the misunderstanding, so that what you bring and present to this committee is a very clear report that will not be in a situation where we feel the auditors didn't do their job, where we feel we didn't do your job, and maybe you even start accusing them. That's not our interest. Our interest is for you to help us, give us information, and then we know that something is happening in Kering, and we are moving at the same pace as a nation. We want to also advise that next time we're appearing before this committee, you know the officer to accompany you. We want to see all those officers coming with you. With that said now, allow me to remove or to withdraw the immunity that was conferred on you at the beginning of this meeting, and want to allow you to go back to Ikaling, and we wish you well as you go back. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you, the committee.
Parliament TV, bringing Parliament closer to you. Onoyo constituency will profile one of the most prominent constituencies in the country.
The constituency is facing a lot of challenges, but the major ones are, number one, poor road network, communication network, no financial institutions, no colleges, no electricity, and inadequate infrastructure in both education and health.
bayuthi nabonayika mulandu n'obwalwa nabanamayo bonse nabaponenamu nsunko obwalwa shena nashibonawula
ekyo ndeko nkomesha ndeko obuyantanshi kuno kwanga obukinjeko kuno mukushize pamblo ande mukushi noturalima ko everything sana so no misevo poor road networks otre challenge tukwete ko tureshingwana na yena.
In Mukushi we watch Parliament TV.
Watch Parliament TV, the TV that brings Parliament closer to our community.
Never take Parliament TV kulia, great.
Keep watching Parliament Television.
Meet Miss Jacqueline Sabao, Member of Parliament for Chikankata constituency in the Southern Province under the United Party for National Development UPND. Ms. Sabao is a likable lady and is passionate about her political career. She sits on the Standing Orders Committee and is the Vice Chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee, a role she discharges diligently.
Jacqueline Sabao was born in Kafue on 27th September 1975 at Kafue Mission. My mother was Sarah Mwene from Chikankata. My father was Dave Sabao. But they divorced when I was just 2 years. They left us, me and my siblings. However, I was brought up by stepdad, Mr. Mvula. From him, we had 2 siblings. We are 4 of us. I'm the firstborn in the family of 3 girls, 1 boy. Unfortunate, at the moment, we are only 2 remaining. Me, the firstborn, and our lastborn, the boy. And my parents also died. And then I started my grade 1 school in Chikankata at Kawo Primary School in Chief Nalwama. Then I came to Kafue at Nakatete Primary School from grade 3 to grade 7. And I'm very lucky that I was the monitress of that class from grade 3 to grade 7, meaning that's where my leadership skills started from. And then I went to Nawoi Secondary School in Kafue from grade 8 up to grade 12. When I just completed my grade 12, I joined MS Zambia, a Danish volunteering project, as a programs officer. While I was there, I started my studies at Everin Horn College. I did advanced certificate in accounts for 1 year, and then I went to do financial and accounting with the University of Zambia, level 1 and 2. And from there, I joined COMESA headquarters under a program called Management Assistance Program for Youth Empowerment in the COMESA region. I was a programs officer. From there, I met someone, the late Dr. Francis Chigunta. He was my coordinator in one of the projects in renewable energy, which was sponsored by UNIDO. Because of working with him, and he realized something in me, he advised me that you should go and do your degree in development studies. That's how I enrolled with Open University. I did my undergraduate in development studies. From there, I made a decision to go and do my postgraduate diploma in international trade policy in Arusha, TRAPCA. Then I came back. I enrolled for my master's at University of Lusaka in public administration. So I have a master's in public administration within UNLAS. In 2011, I made a decision to work on my own and formed a company called Just Investment Limited. We deal in construction of roads and buildings and general supply, both in private and public sector.
Growing up as a young girl, she always liked to do challenging things. She narrates how at some point she wanted to be a Catholic nun, a decision that was opposed by some of her family members. She instead opted to join politics.
When I was growing up, I liked challenging things, and like you heard, I said I was the monitress of that class, meaning it was a challenging position. But my ambitions, I was a Catholic, alone with my stepfather, but not my mother was Salvation Army. Being a Catholic child, I admired to be a Catholic nun. I thought I had a calling to work for the people. So I wanted to be a Catholic nun from my grade 5 to grade 12. Then my dad died when I was in grade 11. He was the one who was supporting me to do that. But my mother and her family, they never supported me. So after my dad died, I think I had a lot of challenges from my family. They opposed my interests. Coming from that background, I said, okay, I'll not continue with this. I'll do something else. I think it's something that made me to think of politics. Because I realized that even politics is a calling. Politics is not a prestige position. You need to be humble to make it out there.
Ms. Sabao is married and has 3 children. She pays glowing tribute to her family for supporting her work.
I'm married to Mr. Christopher Habuno. We have 3 children, 3 boys. I only have 3 boys.
I've got 3 boys too.
Yes. It's not easy, meaning a strong woman. Yeah. My major support in my life is my husband. Because if you look at the political side, I think he's been encouraging me. Because before you join politics, what you're supposed to do is to ask your partner, are you going to support me in this? And when they say yes, you go ahead. If they say no, you don't go, because you have a lot of challenges. So I asked him if he could support me. But even the time was meeting me, I was right there. But he continued supporting me. My children, they support me. My immediate family members, they support me.
How big are your children?
My firstborn is 21 years. And the other one 19 years. The third born is 7 years. Yeah.
She now talks about what prompted her to join politics.
How I joined UPND, it was through my mother. She was not a politician. My mother was a soldier, but she was a member of the traditional ceremony called the Wind Ceremony. So this particular weekend, she said, escort me for a meeting as a daughter. That's how I escorted her. At that meeting, I met people who were the executive members of Wind Ceremony, the likes of Maurice Gilema, who is the cousin to the president, Baston Mangola, the late Michael Hajintu, Robert Msanje. So I started interacting with them. The next time they called me that we have a meeting to meet someone who wants to be president. Anderson Mazoka came to Kafue. We had a meeting. And I remember I was the youngest in that meeting. And during our deliberations, one of the things he said, you know, you should not wait for the country to do something to you. You should also do something to the country. You should not wait for other people. But you as an individual should say, what is it that I can do to this country to add value or to change the lives of people? So listening to those words, I said, who am I? And I said, I'm going to support this man. That's how I made a decision to join UPND at a very tender age. And I didn't even understand what politics were all about. But I was happy the way he was talking. He encouraged us. And he said, even when I'm not there should be people who will carry on with my vision. And it is you. And that's how I joined UPND in 1999. And then that time we were trying to build the party. And I was one of the people that started UPND in Kafue. The first position I had was branch treasurer in Kafue Estates. From the branch, I went to the ward as a treasurer. The time we were going for election 2001, I was the constituency treasurer. After losing the elections in 2002, I was appointed as a Kafue District Youth Chairperson. Then in 2005, they appointed me as a Lusaka Province Deputy Youth Chairperson. Then when we went for the convention 2006, after the death of the president, we had now the current president. I lost, but the president said, no, you are very instrumental. What you're going to do is to form a youth committee, national youth committee, chaired by our national youth chairperson. That time was Charles Long. I was a member of that committee. We worked very hard to mobilize the young people across the country. And then in 2008, that committee was dissolved. Since that time, I've never had a position in the party, but I've been working from the background, doing a lot of activities for the party. And then in 2016, I thought of standing as a member of parliament. I said, I think now at least I'm matured enough, I can represent the people of Chikankata constituency.
Despite her party losing elections, she never defected to another political party, but instead soldiered on.
In my life, I have a purpose. Like I said that I wanted to be a Catholic nun. I realized that I have a purpose to change the lives of people. At that level, I was thinking of using the church. But then I changed to politics because I understand that politics is the one that drives the lives of people in any country. And my purpose is to change a life of someone out there, a voiceless out there. That's my purpose. And coming from that purpose, I have this driving force that drives me that regardless of who I am in society, I can change a life of someone.
She now shares experience being a member of parliament.
For me, it's been interesting because I believe that where there's a challenge, there's an opportunity. Where there's an opportunity, there's a challenge. So a lot of people, they look at a member of parliament, a female member of parliament, to have a lot of challenges. For me, I don't see them as challenges. I see them as opportunities. So far, I think I've enjoyed being a member of parliament because I've learned a lot of things. For your own information, I was not a good follower of Parliament TV. I learned a lot of things when I was at parliament. I'll give you a very practical example of when I was told to move the budget. Honorable Mulusa, the chief whip, called me, said, come to my office. When I went to the office, then he said, we want you to move the motion. I was like, oh, Honorable, what do you mean? Because I had no idea. I refused. Then he said, no. Okay, if you refuse, then who? I said, there are a lot of people there. He said, then he said, you are the vice chairperson for Public Accounts Committee. We want you to move the motion. Then your chairman will second it. At that point, he convinced me. Then I accepted. Then I was guided. And when the day came, I moved the motions. It was so interesting.
Ms. Sabao is a tough woman, as can be seen when she is discharging her duties as Vice Chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee. She presides over the committee with vigor.
I want to find out through the PS, looking at how the man was giving out without proper information. Was there monitoring of this money as where it went and the implementation took place? Because already we are having a picture that even if those organizations were given money, there was no implementation. The money was just given to individuals, not even to groups. Do you have the report of implementation? PS. I enjoy that. When you are in a group and when you are a chair, you are the face of the equals. You need to be in charge. So when you are there, we are representing the Zambians, and that committee is very strategic at Parliament. Issues should come out so that the people out there, the owners of the Zambian resources, should know what happened to their money. So this is the reason why, as a chair, when I'm acting as a chair, I need to be in charge and make sure that the witnesses, they bring out the issues, not from me. Let the Zambians listen from the people who used their monies, who implemented their projects.
Her job is not an easy one. She now talks about some people that support her in her line of work.
I have some people that I regard like I said, I don't have parents. And there are people who have come in my life. They treat me like their own daughter. I'll give you, like in my political life, I'll tell you about Honorable Mwamba, the Minister of Community. She's a honorable, she's a minister, but for me, she's my mother. My relationship with her is a mother-daughter relationship. She's a woman that I can lean on her shoulder and cry if I have a burden. And she'll look at me and she'll make me strong. So I have friends. I have a lot of friends that encourages me. You know, in life when we're doing something, you are going to find three groups of people. There will be a first one who encourage you, the other one who discourage you, the other one will be indifferent. So normally I'll look at the one who encouraged me. When I consult over something, then they encourage me. I'll lean on those people so that I succeed with my interests. So like in people have been supporting me, and then I have friends. I have an old friend from secondary school, Mrs. Kaindu, Mildred Namsenga. She's married to Mr. Kelvin Kaindu. She's one of my supporters. I also have my biggest supporter also is my grandmother. She lives in Chilenje. She was married to my late grandpa, the young brother to my grandfather also who's the late. So whenever she'll see me on TV, she'll call me.
Ms. Sabao is always immaculately dressed, a trend inspired by her mother.
My mom was a soldier, but she was very good at dressing. She was a superwoman for me. She was very beautiful, good shape. You know, I always miss her. So she taught us on how to dress. She would buy something. She would say, no, don't put on this. No, if you are putting on sneakers, you should put on this, what. So I just grew up with it.
She equally does productive things when she is not performing parliamentary duties.
I'm a director of our company called Just.
We'll go into introductions, and we'll start with the Auditor General.
Good morning, honorable members, and good morning, witness. Director from Office of the Auditor General, Northwestern Province. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Piri Stephen. I'm the Assistant Director for Northwestern Province.
Good morning, Chairperson, once more, and morning, honorable members of Parliament. Welcome, Kasempa Town Council. I'm Kennedy Kazinga, permanent witness from the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, honorables. Good morning, Kasempa, and welcome. I'm Robin Banda from the Ministry of Finance and National Planning under the Office of the Controller of Internal Audit.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members of the committee. Good morning, Kasempa. My name is Asiame Kedrick from Ministry of Finance and National Planning under the Office of the Accountant General. Thank you.
Budget Office.
Good morning. My name is Kelezo Lushako from Office of the Clerk.
Very much. Secretariat.
Kasempa Town Council, you're welcome. My name is Emmanuel Bwalia from the Office of the Clerk.
Thank you very much. Kasempa, now I invite you to introduce yourself and allow your colleagues to do the same. Proceed. You just switch on your mic. You place it, audit. Just press it hard. Press it.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members of Parliament. My name is Liungu Bridget Mungandi, Council Secretary Kasempa. I will now request through you, Chair, for my team members to introduce themselves.
Please go ahead, members.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Namatama Mulyana. I'm the District Planning Officer.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Simbe Kefas. I'm the Director of Finance, Kasempa Town Council.
Good morning, members. My name is Itai Chinkuli. I'm the Assistant Director of Works, Kasempa Town Council.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, members of parliament. My name is Zulu John. I'm the internal auditor, Kasempa Town Council.
Thank you very much. Now invite you members, honorable members. Introduction is starting with Honorable Singombe.
Chair, thank you very much. Good morning, Kasempa Town Council. My name is Singombe Edgar, representing the people of Dundumwezi in Kalombo Southern Province. You are welcome and compliments of the season.
Morning, Chair, and welcome, Kasempa. My name's I'm Honorable Dr. Aaron Mwanza, Member of Parliament for Kaumbwe constituency in the Eastern Province of Petauke District, and I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, Kasempa Council. My name is Elliot Kamondo, Member of Parliament from Fumbwe constituency, which is very close to Kasempa, and a member of this committee.
Thank you. Honorable Mutero.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. You are welcome, and Happy New Year. Mutelo Mishek is my name, a member of this committee representing the people of Mitete.
Welcome, Kasempa, and good morning. Honorable Mwene Luhamba, Member of Parliament for Mangango constituency in the Western Province, Kaoma District. Thank you.
Good morning, Kasempa, and welcome to this committee. Mishek Mutetwa Nyambose, representing the special people of Chasefu constituency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The Kasempa Town Council, you are most welcome, and Happy New Year. I'm Honorable Simumba Lucas, Member of Parliament for Nakonde. Thank you very much.
Kasempa Town Council, you're welcome to this committee, your committee on local government accounts. My name is Amulunda Darius, Member of Parliament for Siavonga constituency in Southern Province and the chairperson for this wonderful committee. As per tradition, Council Secretary and your team, under Cap 12 of the laws of Zambia, you are conferred with Cap 12, which members enjoy when they're in the house, that whatever we're going to say here can never be used against you in any courts of law. However, if you choose to mislead this committee, misinform the committee, the same Cap 12 will be used against you. But I have no doubt in my mind that you wouldn't take that route, that will give us the factual information, the information that is going to help us generate a very good report, the report that we'll be able to submit to Honorable Madam Speaker in the main house. With that guide, I now invite you, Council Secretary, to make your submission to this wonderful committee.
Thank you, Chair. We are appearing under paragraph 42.
Just a short guidance. It's just a short guidance. Yes, under paragraph 42. So the way we proceed is in this fashion. Your submission starts on page 3. So you read the query like late submission of proposed projects by the CDF committee. Then you come to the cause of query, which is management response, action taken, and then the remedial measures that you are put in place. With that guidance, please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Query number 1, delayed submission of proposed projects by the CDF committee.
And just to alert you that we are live both on radio and TV as we proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Management response, action taken. Chair, we wish to submit that the delayed submission of a proposed project by the CDF committee is actually attributed to the processes of policy review, mainly the Constituency Development Fund, CDF utilization guidelines, which was done immediately after change of government. Consequently, the guidelines were launched and operationalized in February 2022, and this delayed the project selection process, as the CDF committee could only select projects within the guidelines. Chair, however, we wish to confirm that the Council is currently submitting projects both to the province and the ministry timely. Chair, we've since appended Appendix 1, a ministerial circular on the launch of the CDF guidelines, as well as our roadmap now, which is outlining our deadlines as outlined by both the province and the ministry. Query number 2, Chair, is delayed completion of 2020 and 2022 projects. The cause of the query, Chair, is that it's delayed completion of the 2022 and 2022 projects, management response, and the action taken. Chair, we want to submit that as Council management, we admit that there's been a delayment for projects as captured by the auditors, but then as management, we vigorously engaged our contractors to ensure that they speed up works and complete by 31st December 2023. So far, Chair, we can confirm that there are some few projects that have so far been made very good progress. However, there are a few contractors who have completely failed to meet our expectations despite giving them ultimatums, and these are now facing project termination in order for us to bring on board serious contractors who complete the projects as quickly as possible. Chair, we've since appended under Appendix 2 a detailed table on contract status, pictures as of proof of progress, reminders to contractors with ultimatums, as well as minutes for engagement meetings with contractors. Query number 3, Chair, delayed. No, Chair, the remedial measure. Chair, we want to also mention that as Council management, we are actually developing a risk management plan to ensure that we mitigate adequately the risks that we have observed so far during project implementation. Query number 3, Chair, is delayed construction of 2 staff houses at Luvofu Secondary School. Management response. The cause for the query, Chair, is delayed construction of 2 staff houses at Luvofu Secondary School. Action taken. Chair, we wish to submit that we engaged the contractor to speed up the works and also gave him an ultimatum for completion. So far, the contractor has made reasonable progress. And under Appendix 3, Chair, we attached letters, copies of the letters of reminders to the contractor, as well as minutes of engagement meetings held with the contractor, as well as latest pictures as proof of progress so far. Remedial measure, Chair, we as Council management have since intensified project monitoring and supervision in order to ensure that the contractor is put to task and ensure that he observes his contractual obligations. Query number 4, Chair, is delayed construction of a health post at Kamakunka. Management response, the cause for the query is delayed construction of a health post at Kamakunka. Action taken. Chair, we wish to submit that as management, we've been engaging the contractor to speed up the works and also gave him an ultimatum for completion of the project However, we regret to confirm or inform this House that all our measures taken so far have not yielded any positive results, as the contract has remained non-respondent. And therefore, right now, Chair, we wish to confirm that we are just in the process of terminating the contract. We have since appended under Appendix 4 letters to the contractors on final warnings and the deadlines. Remedial measure, council management, as earlier mentioned, we are working on a risk management policy to ensure that projects are constructed within the stipulated time. Query number 5, delayed completion of a public library. Management response, the query for the cause for the query, the query is delayed completion of plumbing works by the contractor. Action taken, Chair, we wish to submit that we vigorously engaged the contractor and plumbing works have since been completed and the project has since been commissioned by the Honorable Member of Parliament. The library is just pending connection of water by Northwestern Water and Sewerage Company. Under Attachment 5, Appendix 5, Chair, we have attached latest pictures as proof of completion of the project, letter and a letter to NOASCO on the reminder for water connectivity. Remedial measure, the council management, we are intensifying our project monitoring and supervision in order to ensure that contractors are put to task and observe contractual obligations. Query number 6, unaccounted for borehole spare parts. The cause for the query, unaccounted for borehole spare parts due to misfiling of documents. Chair, action taken. We wish to submit that we have since provided stores records such as delivery notes, goods received notes, and disposal details such as distribution list for all the spare parts issued to the various communities for audit verification. And under Appendix 6, Chair, we have since attached the said documents, the goods received notes, the goods delivered notes, the completion certificate, and disposal stroke distribution list that are fully signed by the recipients. Remedial measure, the council management shall endeavor to improve its stores record management system in order to ensure adequate accountability going forward, Chair. Query number 7, drilling and installation of 20 boreholes, a questionable payment. Chair, management response. The cause for the query, we wish to submit that the cause for the query is a drilling and the installation of 20 boreholes, which actually raised questionable payment due to the contractor Laxmi paid the sum of 903,450 kwacha. Chair, we wish to submit as management that the 903,450 kwacha paid was actually not an advance payment as captured by the auditors, but it was a payment towards the first claim by the contractor after he successfully drilled and installed 15 boreholes. Chair, we have since appended under 7A and B a report by the Director of Works with borehole specifications. We also attached a report by the Rural Water and Sanitation Coordinator on the inspection done, and also an interim payment certificate which is fully signed. We also attached the water quality test results as provided by the University of Zambia laboratories. Remedial measure, The council management shall endeavor to adhere to all financial regulations and other regulations that guide contract management going forward. Chair, under 7A, we had 2 queries even on site inspection. Our management response, cause for the query is failure to avail full details of the drilled and installed 20 boreholes together with details on water points by location, location by ward, depth, pump, and water quality laboratory results. Action taken, Chair, like I mentioned, under this same query, management engaged the contractor and obtained all the details as well as the water quality tests, which we have since attached under Appendix 7B and A. The remedial measure, Chair, we shall endeavor to enhance our record management through continuous staff training as guided by the Public Finance Management Act of 2018 as well as standard performance measures. Query number 8, bursaries, secondary school and skills development, unaccounted for PPUs. Management response, query for the cause for the query, failure by the council to provide evidence of PPUs who had already written their grade 9 and grade 12 examinations and had since left the school. Action taken, Chair, as council management, we wish to submit that the 22 PPUs who were absent during physical inspection by auditors were found to be either grade 12s and grade 9s, and at the time of the audit, Chair, they had finished writing their exams, hence the reason why they were not in school. For audit verification, Chair, we've attached under Appendix 8 letters from the 2 schools to confirm our submission. Remedial measure, council management, as council management, we shall endeavor to ensure adherence to all CDF guidelines going forward. Waste for expenditure, Solwezi School for Continued Education. Management response, the cause for the query, the waste for expenditure, under Solwezi for 3 PPUs who left school. Action taken, council management engaged the training institute and the school confirmed that 2 students had left school because they could not meet accommodation, food, and other requirements, while 1 student changed the study program, hence their decision to leave school. In view of the above, Chair, as council, we engaged the training school together with the 3 students, and after engagement, the 3 students together with the school confirmed that the students have deferred their studies and they are ready to go back to school this 2024 academic year, since there is now provision for accommodation, food, and other school requirements within the bursary. Chair, to just confirm this, we have attached Appendix 9, where we have attached the letters from the training school and some permission slips, together with a ministerial circular from the ministry, which is talking about payment now for food, accommodation, and other school requirements. Remedial measure, the council management will emphasize the need for improved communication between both students, the training schools, and the council on any changes going forward in order to avoid similar queries in future. Failure to follow Constituency Development Fund guidelines under bursaries. Management response for the query, cause for the query, failure to follow Constituency Development Fund guidelines. Action taken, Chair, we wish to submit that we have since appended fully signed copies of application forms and fully signed minutes for the ward development committees for your review. That is under Appendix number 10, minutes of What Development Committee executives attached. Remedial measure, council management shall endeavor to accord audit processes due attention, and this will be attained through the ongoing change management process. Query number 9, soft loans, failure to disburse funds. During the period under management response, cause for the query, failure to disburse funds. Chair, action taken. Council management wishes to submit that loans were disbursed as soon as guidance were received, and all the 44 approved applicants have since been paid their loans. We have since appended Appendix 11, which is actually a copy of the ministerial circular, giving guidance on this circular is dated 11th April 2023, and giving guidance on how the loans would be disbursed. And until then, Chair, we as council couldn't disburse the loans as at 31st December 2022. Remedial measure, the council management shall endeavor to adhere to all timelines in order to ensure that deserving applicants receive services timely. Query number 10, grants empowerment. Cause for the query, failure to provide Ward Development Executive Committee minutes. Action taken. Chair, we wish to submit fully signed copies of minutes, selected minutes from Ward Development Committees for audit verification. So under Appendix 12, we've appended minutes for Ward Development Committees attached, and also other sample copies that we have carried. Because we received so many applications, we have other sample copies that we have carried for the verification of this House, Chair. Remedial measures, council management shall endeavor to accord due attention to the audit processes and improve on our record management going forward. Late submission of youth and women empowerment grants applications for approval. Cause for the query, late submission of youth and women empowerment grants applications for approval. Action taken. Chair, we wish to submit that recommendations were submitted as soon as guidance was received, and all the approved applicants have since been paid. Under Appendix 13, Chair, we've attached a ministerial circular on guidance that is dated 24th March 2023. Hence, we couldn't make any submissions by 31st December 2023. This is the circular which guided us, Chair, on modalities for loan for youth and empowerment disbursement. The remedial measures, the council management shall endeavor to adhere to all timelines in order to ensure that deserving applicants receive services timely going forward. Chair, we now go to cross-cutting audit findings. Under B, Appendix 1, budget performance. Cause for the query is budget performance for 2022 CDF. Action taken. Council management wishes to submit as follows. Chair, we performed badly by the end of the year 2022 because one, the components of loans and grants totaling to 4,883,000 kwacha could not be spent as at 31st December 2022, owing to pending receipt of guidelines on the administration of loans and grants, which guidance was received in a letter dated 24th March 2023. Further, payments to skills bursaries amounting to 4,883,000 could not be made as most students did not report to training institutes until later in 2023, when accommodation and food was resolved by the ministry. Further, there was a low response to the applications for bursaries, as most youths could initially not afford their own accommodation and food, until the matter was resolved by the ministry in the said letter. Therefore, Chair, we wish to submit that in line with the same, a request for variation was presented to a Constituency Development Fund Committee for procurement of desks. So far, a number of desks have since been procured. And secondly, an allocation of 1,960,000 Chair was not disbursed as at 31st December 2022. As these monies were part of the procurement for a CDF monitoring vehicle and a police vehicle. We've since appended, Chair, minutes by the CDF committee for approval of the variation, as well as to confirm the variation, as well as the circulars which we have alluded to earlier on in our presentation. Remedial measure, the council management shall endeavor to adhere to all timelines in order to ensure that deserving applicants receive services timely going forward. Appendix 2, Chair, failure to spend. Cause of query, failure to spend on community projects. Action taken. Council management wishes to submit as follows, Chair. The utilization of funds for community projects was relatively slow owing to the following facts. Number one, due to teething problems which came along with the change of CDF guidelines, the procurement process in 2022 relatively commenced late, such that most contracts were signed during the fourth quarter of 2022. Most of our projects, Chair, even as indicated by auditors, they were contracts were signed mostly in November 2022. Most funds were committed to procured projects through payments, though payments could only be made upon completion of stages pursuant to paragraph 130, subsection 4, reading together with paragraph 132, subsection 4 of the Zambia Public Procurement Statutory Instrument number of 15th July 2011, which guides that public procurement should actually, payment should be done on completed stages. So we have appended these documents under Appendix 14. Remedial measures, the council management shall endeavor to adhere to all timelines in order to ensure that all projects are implemented on time. Appendix 3, misapplication of funds. Chair, the cause of the query is misapplication of funds by 4 cooperatives. Action taken. Chair, upon realizing this, the 4 cooperatives were engaged, and they also submitted the reasons why they misapplied the funds. However, as council management, we officially wrote to the affected cooperatives and all the ward development committees on the CDF guidelines. The letter appended in under Appendix 16 is letters to all ward development committees advising them to always seek authority from the council before changing the businesses. Remedial measure, the council management shall endeavor to improve communication and monitoring of funded cooperatives in order to avoid such incidences in future. Appendix 4, questionable disbursement of CDF. Chair, the cause of the query is questionable disbursement of funds. Action taken. Council management wishes to submit that the said documents which were not available during audit have since been provided here for audit. Since the applications are bulk, Chair, we just sampled a box file which we've come with, which is showing details of on all the requirements like NRCs, letters of recommendations, which was the basis used for selection. during project approval by the Constituency Development Fund Committee. Remedial measure, the council management shall endeavor to adhere to all guidelines. Appendix 5, failure to disburse soft loans. Chair, cause of the query is that the failure to disburse funds was due to delays in the issuance of guidelines on loan administration by the ministry. Action taken. Council management wishes to submit that all approved loans applicants were submitted to the bank, and all applicants have since received their loans through the bank for 2022 and 2023, except for 2 applicants who had issues with their accounts. We've since appended Appendix 16. What's that? Okay. Cause for the query. No, remedial measure, Chair, sorry. Yeah. The council management shall endeavor to adhere to all timelines in order to ensure that deserving applicants receive services timely going forward. Appendix 9.1, bursary secondary school and skills development and spent grants. Cause for the query, the unspent funds was due to low response from the community. Action taken. Chair, as council management, we wish to submit that community sensitization was conducted, and the council has received overwhelming response now from the public for both 2023 and 2024 CDO funding. Council management has so far paid for all the students and pupils under bursaries for all the terms for the year 2022. In addition, council management requested to vary, as earlier alluded to, for procurement of desks from the uncommitted funds under bursaries, and so far there has been steady progress on the supply of desks. Chair, we've appended under Appendix 17 minutes of variation of the funds to desks as approved by the Constituency Development Fund Committee. Council management under remedial measures shall endeavor to adhere to all timelines in order to ensure that deserving applicants receive services timely going forward. Chair, that ends our report. In conclusion, we just wish to submit, Chair, that we deeply regret these audit findings, because when you see our submissions, most of these things were there. We therefore wish to commit before you, Chair, that we are working on our change management program going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council Secretary. I'll now invite members, Honorable Mutero, Honorable Mwene, Honorable Nyambose, and the Honorable Simumba. Honorable Mutero.
Thank you, Chair. It's good that the Council Secretary has said that they deeply regret, but will not be swayed by that regretting first, as much as it is important. Chair, this report is the worst so far. The audit did a good work. Most of these other councils, you have 1, 2, 3, you go to cross-cutting issues. Not this. Not like this. Will not just, the country will not develop by just every council that comes, we apologize, we regret. The country will not develop in that way. We are here, and we are here for development. 5. Page 5, like the council has said, oh, this, no, we have completed, now facing project termination. Even the termination, it's just still a what? A process. Have you terminated? This chair, if you go to the appendix, coming all the way from 2020, they're still facing. We want, if you have not terminated, when are you terminating? Appendix 2. You are telling us, no, this is completed. Where is the evidence that what you are saying is completed is completed? Where is the evidence? Page 9, Chair.
How many questions are you asking?
Page 9, let me finish with page 9, then other people, colleagues will also take it. Unaccounted for borehole spares. Then we know now we have provided. But even in the figures first, you've not answered the query. Sir, what was contracted 197? What they paid 199? Then you just bring spares, not even the proof of payment. Allow me hand here, because this is when now they are saying we have found the records, we've found the records. When the auditors were there, those records were not there. All that time, Chair, which is given to interact between them and the audit, the records were not there. They're now bringing samples. We have brought samples.
Thank you very much. CS, would attempt to answer those. When did you go to Kasempa, if I may know?
Chair, I went to Kasempa in September. I reported on 15th September.
September?
15th September 2023.
2023. And the treasurer, when did you go there?
1 year 6 now.
The mic. Sorry, I'm tempted to ask.
Sorry, Chair. It's 1 year 6 now.
I'm tempted to ask everyone. Mubiana.
Chair, I've been there for 7 years.
Thank you. The other one?
I've been there for 3 years.
And the other one?
I've been there for 3 years.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. So,
you've done well, Chair. Thank you. Now we need sometimes to be having the people who were there, so that each and every person is held accountable for his or for her, activities.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
But that is not to say the CS is in a comfort zone, because we don't know where you are coming from as well.
Thank you very much. CS, with your colleagues, because I know Kasempa, we have the CS that was taken to Petauke, and later on, as the problems with the ACC, I mean, I'm aware of we had have problems with this. All right, you're a new blood there, so we expect good things. Your colleagues will help you to respond. Please respond to these queries.
Thank you, Chair. Before I call in my colleagues, I wish to respond to the question on termination. Where are we?
Yes.
Chair, I wish to submit that we had given the contractors a deadline up to 31st December 2023. As I speak, Chair, we are in the process of termination. Okay. We want to terminate these contracts within this month, before 31st January 2024. And then the proof on the completed projects that we have submitted on the table on Appendix 2, Chair, we have attached proof of pictures for the library and Kakuyu 1x2 classroom block. We've attached them for your review. We could not issue completion certificate yet because the projects are still under a defect liability period. Thank you, Chair.
Follow up there.
Honorable Mutelo.
Appendix 2.
Yes.
Room at Kakuyu community. Oh, it is not completed in 2023. Then in 2023, completed. So where is the certificate? This is completed. Where is the certificate of completion?
Secretary.
The project is still under defect liability. We haven't issued a completion certificate yet. It has a defect liability period of 6 months, Chair.
All right. Now I'm understanding you. Not until the retention period is over. We learn every day because some councils will now come with what? Certificates. When the retention period is not yet done. So from Kasempa, not until the liability period is over. That's when you give. I'm just learning. That's when you give. Understood. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Nyambose.
Chair, on the same, this is a follow-up. My substantive question will come later.
Yes.
Chair, the follow-up on this one, as Honorable Mutelo has indicated. Chair, I want also to place on record that this is the worst report that ever since we have come to, Chair, these are public resources, Chair.
Yes.
And it is very heartbreaking, especially when you see that this is not operation audit. This is CDF. Now, if this attitude or approach to money is meant for development is extended from operations where the councils are doing whatever challenges we see, they are coming to CDF. Chair, I have a problem when I look at my officers. Yes, the council secretary is new. Chair, even when they say this particular project at Kakuyu is now completed, where is the evidence in terms of pictures to show this is on page only appendix 2? Yes, the very one. If you look at that project, do you confirm that the period from which we started this period in 2020, money is allocated? On your schedule here, payment, contract, why didn't you indicate on your appendix that there is you only paid 46,563? CS, did you go through this report before you brought it? Because when you say completed at this period, this should have disappeared. At the time of audit, why didn't you show all these things to the auditors so that auditors can be satisfied and clear this project? Chair, my worry is, yes, we are going to interrogate this report. Everything delayed, everything. Anyway, we go as instructed. Chair, allow me to pose my question.
Please go ahead.
Chair, my question is on page 9. Drilling and installation of 20 boreholes, questionable payment. I've listened carefully to the council secretary during her submission on this particular project. The council secretary on page 10 or page 11, let me say page 10, page 10, advance payment. The council secretary says this 903,450 was not actually advance payment. It was actually a payment after producing IPCs having drilled the boreholes. But the auditors say, contrary to the special conditions, an advance payment of 903 was made on 20th December 2022 instead of an amount of 307,750, which was supposed to be 25% of the price. 29 days after awarding the contract, and not within 7 days stated in the contract. Further, the bank guarantee and performance bond of an equivalent amount were not available for audit. I'm reading from your report. And here you say that was not an advance. Under this contract, was there any condition for an advance payment? If at all, why didn't you pay the advance payment as stipulated by the regulations of 20%, 25%? Instead, you opted to pay this amount you call that it was after delivery of the what? And then further, last one, Chair, they say remedial measure. That council management shall endeavor to adhere to all financial regulations and other regulations that guide the contract management going forward. Don't you think that is a confession or conceding to say you did not adhere to the regulations stipulated over the contract management over these 20 boreholes? Chair, when you go to the appendices, you check, they have tried to put pictures of the boreholes done. Correct. How many boreholes have you put there? Only 3. 2 same pictures for 2 boreholes bearing different names. When you look at the first, Chair, Appendix 11 should be Mako Ward Central. You see that picture? You have attached as one of the boreholes. Go further. Mako Ward again, Central. Trying to show that there are so many boreholes done when it's one borehole. Another one, Chair. Kaimbwe Ward, Kavikondo Community. You see that picture with some people there in work suits? There should be a jacket. You go again further. You find the same picture, Chair, put twice. I will go on and on. You find that what they have attached to denote that these are 20 boreholes. They have only attached 3 boreholes. 1 borehole, 1 picture, 2 pictures for 1 borehole, 2 pictures for 1 borehole. For 1 borehole, 2 pictures for 1 borehole. Management, is this the way you present your reports? Or what story are you telling us by getting same pictures for 1 borehole? Thank you.
I think it's loaded. Let's allow the Council Secretary to respond. Council Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with whether the contract had provision for 20% advance payment, 25% advance payment or not. Chair, I wish to confirm that the contract had a provision for 25% advance payment, just like another contract. But then, this contractor was not paid advance payment. So he just mobilized on site and started the works with his own resources. After completion of the 15 boreholes, that's when he claimed for the first payment, where he was paid the 903, 450,000. So what was paid was not advance payment. And that is why there was no even a guarantee to support the claim for 25% advance payment. And then on the pictures share, I really regret to learn that the pictures are looking the same. But these pictures, Chair, are different. We just sampled 5 boreholes from different locations. They might look a little the same because they are the same designs, but when you look carefully at the locations and even the way they are, these are different samples. It's just unfortunate that we didn't capture the pictures of all the 20 completed boreholes.
Follow-up. Just a follow-up before my colleague comes in.
Okay, Chair.
These are different boreholes. I'll start with the boreholes. These are different boreholes. How do you pick a child that you have used to demonstrate from one place to another? How did you hire this child? There's a child in a yellow t-shirt there. Now, the other one, Chair, the Council Secretary is explaining very well that this was not advance payment. That was a 900 and something thousand paid for having delivered. Why didn't they pay this contractor the entire amount after delivery? They chose to pay. What was the basis of paying 903? Especially the figures when you do arithmetics. Was this a percentage of the contract? 903. It's 903 to be precise. 903 450. Out of the contract price of 1,299,000. How do you explain this? What is this payment that you made? You said that he had successfully delivered the boreholes and he used his own personal resources. So this is what you paid. What was the basis of this payment? Instead of paying this contractor everything, if he successfully did the works.
My dear lady, maybe you want to give him more clarity on that? Or you want somebody from Finance Department to come in for you?
Thank you, Chair. I'll say something before I call in my technical team. Chair, the contractor had done 15 boreholes out of 20. So there is an interim payment certificate which was done by the engineers. According to section 130 and 132 of the ZPPA regulations of 2011, payments are done according to completed works under CDF. So the calculation was done on the 15 boreholes done. We couldn't pay the entire sum because he had not completed the 20 boreholes. But just like for other projects, even like classroom blocks, we make payments according to completed stages. I will now call upon Chair, with your authority, the Director of Finance, to come in and supplement.
Thank you, Chair. Just in addition to what the Principal Officer has indicated, the contractor was paid for the works that he actually is one of the few contractors who actually used his resources to mobilize and actually finished 15 bores. So he didn't put up, he didn't make any claim in terms of the advance payment. So he first started the works. That's when he was paid after completion of 15 bores. Thank you.
Okay, so with you, Doc, and then we'll move on to my dear.
Okay, I just wanted to see the IPC. The IPC, do we have an attachment? Just a small one. Okay.
Are you satisfied, Honorable Nyambose, now? Okay, so we go to Doc and then we'll move on to my dear Honorable here.
Thank you, Chair. CS has quite elaborated on this payment. I've scrutinized the IPC. Indeed, the contractor did not apply for advance payment, even though the conditions were that he could apply for advance payment, but he decided to use his own funds. So now the question is that at the time that the audit why did you mislead the auditors? Because the auditor picked that this 903,000 kwacha was as advance payment. Why didn't you avail the IPC to the auditors? Because the auditors went further to say that they did not, you paid 903 as against 300,000 kwacha, and it shows that they did not even have an advance payment request. So you allowed the auditors you misled the auditors. Now it shows that this IPC was not. Why did you hide the IPC? Because the IPC is very clear here. It's very clear. The certified works 903, and then the less 25 advance payment is 0, because it shows that a contractor did not apply for advance payment. So the auditors would not have picked this kind of statement. Why did you hide the IPC to the auditors? And this IPC, I have a question. Maybe you can look at the IPC itself. The IPC, the date of submission of the IPC was 20th of December, 2022. And then latest date for payment of this IPC is 21st December. So you are so efficient that you can pay an IPC in 1 day? And this is just an IPC. It's not a payment voucher. Where is the evidence that this 903,000 was paid? Because this is just a submission from the contractor and acknowledgement by the council. But the payment voucher that you paid this 903, there wouldn't have been this kind of confusion.
Thank you, Doc. Maybe Council Secretary, maybe put a clarity to what could have transpired when your auditors were in your constituency, why that IPC was not available at that particular time, so that the honorable members could have this matter rested.
Thank you, Chair. As indicated on page 13, under our remedial measures, not page 13, page 12, Chair, under remedial measures. Chair, I just want to submit clearly to say we did not do due diligence during the audit. And this is why under remedial measure, we have clearly stated as management to say we endeavor to enhance our record management. Clearly, it was a failure on our part to avail all these documents to the auditors during the audit process. I submit, Chair.
Doc, are we satisfied with the report? I think Council Secretary has made it clear there's an admission on their part that an error, they could have done better in terms of availing the records in time for auditors to have a look at it. So,
well, you judge based on what they have said, that they were not, they didn't do due diligence. You don't need to do due diligence. Auditors are there to ask for information. So it's not due diligence. Due diligence on who? What is the status of these 20 boreholes? Are they all operational? Because there are 20, right? And this IPC of 903 was only for 15. Are they all operational? Because I see the water quality test results from the University of Zambia. It's just there is no identification as to this water quality test is coming from which borehole. It is talking of, you can just sample any of the water quality test results. The identification for the location is just saying Kavo something ward. So it means that the borehole is occupying the whole ward. So really, I'm worried on these boreholes, 20 boreholes. Are they there, and are they all operational?
So
she responds. Chair, I know I've been okay.
Honorable
Honorable
Nyambose, his hand has been up for a long time. Maybe let her respond so that he could also ask his long-awaited question, and then you'll be able to ask. Council Secretary, are the boards operational?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Chair, the 20 boreholes are operational. Thank you.
The 20 boreholes, Doc, are operational. Maybe we'll allow the honorable member here to also ask his question on point of clarification.
Thank you so much, Chair. CS, I'd like to drive you to page 12. Because, yes, it's a different one.
Honorable, could you excuse me, since it's on the same issue, then you ask. Honorable
Chair, it's just an appreciation, or not. I'm not supposed to appreciate. Chair, I like the confession from the Council Secretary. I encourage you, but you should take heart. When you are giving response, don't challenge this committee. We read these reports. You just submitted that the pictures there, although they are bearing same people, but different locations. That's what you said. And I've been going through this. Chair, I just want clearance. I will tear them to show you that the same locations. So when you are responding, look at what we read. We spend time and we sleep very late. This location, you see? You see these people in blue?
On page what, Honorable Nyambos?
It's appendix.
Appendix
7,
what?
7, on the same board. My brother, you are nearby. This one. Have you seen these people? Have you seen that hat behind? Just one clearance. You see, when you are giving a report, take time to go through. It's the same here. Are we together? These are two. This one and another one. And even where this child with the orange, you find the same, but you have attached them as different boreholes, or maybe evidence. Why do you attach two pictures in a report? You see this one? There is another one. I don't know, my report is here. On my report, isn't it? Oh, Chair, my report is different from others. I submit.
Thank you so much, Chair.
Honorable,
That being the case, then, CS, I'd like to drive you to page 12, as I earlier stated, because I want to. You just came to Kasempa in September, but I want to get something from you on bursaries, secondary school, and skills development. Page 12, yes. You go to unaccounted for pupils. I read, during the period under review, the Council approved the sponsorship of 215 pupils in various schools with total cost of 236,780 kwacha per term. However, amounts totaling 85,550 kwacha were paid for 72 pupils who could not be physically verified as having reported for school. Yes. In your own capacity, what evidence can be provided to the council by schools to prove that these learners were in school, in spite of them having written exams, such that auditors could not find their presence in schools? Secondly, what was so difficult for the schools to account for the pupils who had written their exams and therefore were not in the schools during the time of audit? And then in your own capacity, CS, what measures have you put in place to enhance accountability and coordination between the council and the school, or regarding the pupils who write their exams and therefore are not found in schools during the time of audit? Thank you.
Thanks. Maybe in addition, CS, you have officers that could help you, and I want to hear from, before the CS comes in, the internal auditor and the treasurer. What were the basis of paying for these? Because for you to have an accounted for pupils, it means you paid before you could even verify. So how did you pay in the first place? Did you go to school to verify they are in school, or you just paid on the quotation they gave you?
Thank you, Chair. Of course, before I actually come to respond to the question, Chair, on a monthly basis or quarterly basis, we do what we call head count, which is done by the internal auditor together with our colleagues from planning. Then, of course, head count is always done. Then another issue, during the time of audit, the response which we were given by actually Kasempa Boys, because Kasempa Boys is one of those schools which were queried, is that external auditors at the time they were auditing, they started with Mukinge girls. In the afternoon, they started with Mukinge girls. When they went there, there was an event whereby some of the parents were present. At the time, they were actually doing the physical verifications. So some of the pupils were with the parents in town. I think that is the response they gave us. Of course, the time they went to do physical verifications. Then concerning after they worked on Mukinge girls, they went to Kasempa Boys. The ED teacher actually, the time he was bringing this submission to the office, of course we followed him. The auditors, external auditors, went at Mukinge Boys, I think, Kasempa Boys, sorry, at night. I think it was somewhere 20 hours, 19 to 20 hours. Yeah, he actually mentioned that there was no power. So even with that physical verification, I think it was difficult actually for him to conduct.
So
those were mentioned.
Are you now accusing the auditor that he didn't do his job correctly because he went in the night when he's supposed to work between 8 and 17? So he went in the night and there was no electricity. What you're insinuating is the impossibility of somebody getting the right thing.
And no, Chair, I'm not accusing the auditor, but I'm just trying to give the position how it was. But maybe in response to what the Honorable asked, we do physical inspection.
My question, Treasurer, was what were the bases? I want you to relax, because we're just having a conversation here. There's no one in the dock, you know. What my question was, what were the bases of you paying? Not maybe in the night or whatever, but me, I'm saying you had this figure of pupils or students that are supposed to be paid for. You as a treasurer and then the internal auditor, what were the bases of you? Because it means you had verified. So which method did you use? Did you go there to physically verify or count the pupils, or you just got a quotation and paid? That's my question.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Before a payment is made, like I mentioned, the auditor and the officers from planning, usually they do a report. They did the physical head count. That is the basis of payment, Chair. Thank you.
So where is the question arising from the uncounted for these pupils that were paid for and then they are not there? Is it because it was in the night or something? Council Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. The query arose from failure for the auditors to physically find the pupils during the physical head count.
Which you paid for as
yes, so much as we gave them papers of the registers from the school and all the records of the pupils, they went to these two schools to go and verify physically to find the pupils at the school. So now, the first activity, as confirmed by the our internal auditor, the visit at Mukinge took place at 14 when there was a parent's, what is it? Parents visitation day, yes. So some children were out with they could not be found at the dormitories and classes.
Right, yes, without you laboring to explain, let me summarize this way. Your internal auditor did his physical inspection, isn't it? He went himself and he had that record. So when the external auditors came, did he provide that information?
Yes, Chair, I did, but as per procedure, the auditors wanted to physically see the children as per documents presented.
Thank you very much. Can I give the internal auditor an opportunity? Because I believe external auditors, I believe you have heard that you were doing some physical inspection in the night. Is that correct? And there was no power, not only night, there was no power. Because in Kakulima Light you can count, but there was no power.
Thank you, Chair. I wouldn't really confirm because I was not there personally.
Okay.
But the way we carry out audits, we sample. We use corroborative evidence where we would check registers of the pupils that are registered and would take a sample to count to see at least that the pupils are there. So if we could not count each and every pupil, that would not be the basis. So additional evidence, class registers, and other records would suffice for the audit.
Thank you very much. I think to save time, what we'll do is your office, Auditor General, will have to go back to Kasempa. At that time, you get the verification and get the physical inspection as well, so you can furnish us with that information through the Secretariat. That's when we can clear that question. Honorable Simumba.
Thank you very much, Chair. On the same page 12, on the bursaries, where it has stated as at 31st December 2022, out of amounts totaling to 4,938,370 received as a funding, and a total of 730 was spent, leaving the balance of 4,159,881. Chair, I wanted to find out, where did they use this money for? What did you use this money for? Is it in your account, or you have spent? If you have spent, on what? I submit, Chair.
Council Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. I'll request my treasurer to come in on the figures.
Treasurer.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Part of this money was used for the same bursaries and skill development, but of course there was 2.1 million, Chair, which actually management decided to apply through the CDF committee. We requested for variation, and of course the ministry approved. So this 2.1 million 60,000 was actually has been committed actually towards desks. So far we spent almost 1.5, and the program is still ongoing. But of course the balance was used specifically for bursaries and skills development. Thank you.
A follow-up, and then Honorable Simumba as well.
Thank you so much. Is there any evidence for the variation, and have the desks been procured? And if procured, have they been delivered? And if they have not been delivered, why?
Council Secretary, do you have proof of that variation?
Thank you, Chair. We have proof. We have attached under Appendix 17 the minutes of the Constituency Development Committee for the approval of the same variation. And again, Chair, if you would allow me, I also have letter of approval from the Ministry over the same variation. And then commenting on the status of the desks, Chair, by going by our minutes which are attached, the variation was approved on the variation was approved on 13th June 2023 by the CDF.
Appendix, no?
Appendix 17, Chair, the last one.
Yes. Okay.
And then, Chair, the letter of approval from the Ministry is dated 17th July 2023. I have it, but unfortunately, we did not attach it. It's here with me. So from the approval of the Ministry on 17th July 2023, advertisements were done, procurement were done. As I speak, the contractors were awarded and they have started delivering desks. Some of the desks which have been delivered were recently commissioned by the Honorable Member of Parliament. So about 50% has been delivered, but the contracts are running up to about February. Thank you, Chair.
Do you have the proof as well of the date when the Member of Parliament was commissioning that or handing over those desks to the Minister of Education? Do you remember the date? You don't have the date?
Chair, I can't really remember the date, but it's just last week. I think it should be on, it's on 3rd. It's on 3rd January. Thank you, Chair.
DPO, I thought you're keeping records of those events.
Thank you so much, Chair. Seriously, in simple terms, you are telling us that some of the monies for 2022 are actually still in your CDF account, this 2024?
Council Secretary?
Chair, unfortunately, I wish to confirm to the affirmative. Some monies are still in our account. For example, there's these running projects, some that we are terminating, some that are attached, monies attached to projects. It's still sitting in our accounts. It's not spent.
Seriously, how effective is your monitoring in Kasempa? Because for most of the projects to move, they require effective monitoring. I can see you have your good team there. How effective is your monitoring in Kasempa?
I should be waiting to be given. Council Secretary?
Chair, for now, I can confirm that our monitoring and supervision is very effective.
Chair, just a follow-up. Since through you, Chair.
Should be waiting for me to give you the floor.
Sure. Through you, Chair.
My friend was supposed to come here.
If the monitoring is very effective and so on and everything is fine, I would like to draw you to, like, for example, page 21, where you are actually acknowledging that most of the documentations and so on.
Is that a new question?
Yes, are not.
Because Honorable Sumumba, I think, had a follow-up question. That's why I kept on.
Okay.
Honorable Sumumba, had a follow-up on the.
Yes, Chair. On the very unspent money, because when you look at what the Treasurer said, he said they have only committed 2.1 from 4. I wanted to find out if that money again is still idle in an account, seated. They haven't even, taken it to any project, because the people of Kasempa needs development. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Council Secretary? or treasurer? Treasurer can pick it.
Chair, thank you. Before the treasurer comes in, out of the 4,900,000, only 2,100,000 was varied towards desks. The balance was paid to the 215 pupils under secondary bursaries and also the 244 students that are in various training schools. So what is really pending right now in our account is part of the 2-1 which was varied. Most payments under bursaries and skills, Chair, have been paid as at 31st December 2023.
So you're saying you have no money pending? You have no money more, you don't have any more money sitting in the account?
There is money for committed ongoing projects.
Yeah, you know, that one you have clarified. I just wanted the amount that you queried.
Sure, Chair.
Chair, maybe I need to be cleared, because here they are saying the total of 702 was spent, which means this money was spent on pupils and on students, 730, leaving the balance 4,159,000. So from the very balance 4,159,000, that's why the council's treasurer has stated to say from this money they have used 2.1, remaining with some 2 million. That's why I'm asking to say, with this balance 2 million, what have you done with that money? That's a very straight question.
Treasurer?
Chair, thank you so much for the question. Let me just actually...
Okay.
Let me clarify the point very well. Of course, like the honorable members put it, 730 was paid in the year 2022 towards bursaries. Then in 2023, of course, we had other payments for the same bursaries and boarding and skills development. But however, the balance which remained, Chair, because currently we are just remaining with 1,670,265. That is the money which is remaining in the account concerning bursaries and skills development. And this money, Chair, is just this is committed towards, of course, desks, meaning all the payments towards the skills and bursaries were done. Then apart from variation over desk, Chair, I should also mention that we also, because this year, 2023's Chair, we had overwhelming response from applicants in terms of bursaries and skills development. We also applied for variation of 402,642 to cushion 2023. Then also there was the training institute, that's grant training. We also applied for variation because there was no accommodation towards this institute. It was 48,400 kwacha. Then from this overall account, what remained as uncommitted funds was 129,000. Also that one we applied through CDF committee, and that money we want to channel it towards the procurement of this. Otherwise, all the money is committed and everything was spent, Chair, for 2022.
Chair, my question is more of a general one. Yeah, just for my own consumption, probably. I wanted to know, you have done 20 boreholes in your district. What is the total requirement of boreholes in your area for you to do 20 boreholes? Do you have that information?
The planning officer.
Actually, Chair, we just want to submit before this committee that we had overwhelming applications for boreholes water supply. 2022, we did actually 40. Two contractors. One did 20, Laxmi did 20, and Sirujara did another 20, 40. Under 2023, Chair, a total of 30 boreholes again were applied for and approved, and they have since been 20 have already been completed, and 10 they are doing the final works. On the total need on the district, I've still seen more applications for under 2024, the ones we were just handling. I'll call upon the DPO to help us with our status in terms of needs for water supply.
Thank you, Chair. In addition to what the CS has said, there is an overwhelming response from the community in terms of water demand. However, how we allocate boreholes, we have water engineers who submit a certain radius of kilometers. So looking at the response that we have, the radius that is needed, and also the funds, because the boreholes are gotten from the community projects. So it means if we get a huge chunk, also other projects will lose out. So it also dependent on the CDF committee. They tend to reduce the number of boreholes, and maybe we look at the needs at that particular time.
Honorable Nyambose, as you wind up short questions.
I think this one will be looked at. Yeah, it is on page 5, Chair. I'll combine page 5, page 6. It's one question, Chair. On the delayed construction of 2 staff houses at Luwofu Secondary School. On 14th November 2022, the council engaged some contractor by the name of General Dealers Limited construct 2 staff houses. As at 30 September, an amount of 384,199 had been spent on the project, leaving a balance of 199. A physical inspection revealed that these houses, as can be seen in picture, are not done, are not completed. The other one is delayed construction of a health post at Kamakunka. As at November 2022, they contracted someone to do. As at September 2023, an amount of 358,000 had been spent on the project, leaving a balance of 60,900. And the physical check, if you see the pictures there, they show that there's more work to be done and more money needed, but the works are not done. 36 months after the completion period, these projects cannot be completed. Generally, CS and the team, the gloomy picture of failure to implement projects, money is assigned, takes years to complete these projects. What would you attribute this to? I know you are a new council secretary of coming. Do you have a competent team that will deliver to the expectations of the people of Kasempa, and that these monies will be prudently utilized by this council to see Kasempa change as per the vision of our beloved president? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Kamondo.
Just to add on that, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Just to add on what Honorable Nyambose has emphasized, I also want to know whether these contractors that failed us in Kasempa were local contractors or contractors who came from afar. And I've also followed it very well on the minutes actually of the CDFC, where they sat and to resolve that certain contractors or contracts should be terminated. And it was resolved. I've seen about 2 of them. I want to find out whether those contracts were terminated or not, and what is the status quo currently.
Chair, allow me to add something to his question.
Go ahead.
Chair, I wanted to know from the CS, who is the local contractor? Is it a person within the boundaries of the constituency, or the person within the boundary of the district or the province. So maybe my simple question, who is termed as a local contractor? Thank you.
The house in question is not designed to standard, to the standard CDF designs. Also, what penalties are in the contract to protect the client? Are we getting liquidated damages from the contractor for failure to complete the project on time?
Thank you. Honorable Mwene, so to complete all the questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair.
Your mic.
Mine is just
your mic. Your mic.
Thank you so much, Chair. Mine is just a general one. I would like to draw you to question 21, where you disbursed funds, CDF funds, without clear documentation. Then you go to action taken by the council. The council management wishes to submit that the documents are now available for audit verification. My question is, CS, on which basis did you issue or give 1,025,278 kwacha to the 30 cooperatives without documentation? And how do you want this, your committee, now to accept that the documents that you have now provided are available? I mean, are truthful documents that you based on that were not there at the time of audit. And if they were not there at the time of audit, how is your record keeping? How, I don't know which term to use, whether not good. Why is that? Is it that your record keeping is not good? That documents cannot be available at the time of audit? After the auditors have left, that's when you now find the documents. So, oh, the documents we used to disburse funds in 2022 are now available in 2024. How can we confirm those are true documents from your council? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with the first question from the Honorable there. How competent is our team, my team? Chair, like I alluded in our conclusion, I did mention, or we did mention, I think we ought to agree as management that we need to work on our team. This is why we are talking about a change management process that will help us deal with our attitude towards work, commitment issues, and the culture, organizational culture that we must change at all costs. Chair, like I mentioned in our conclusion, much of these things should have been provided to the auditors if we did a good job during the audit period. This is why I believe that through the change management process, we are going to improve our competence levels and ensure that we do the right thing to the expectation of this House and indeed the people of this Republic. On termination, Chair, I want to confirm that since the contractors were given the deadline of the 1st December 2023, I can confirm that we have since started the process of termination by writing the guarantors, the insurance companies, to ensure that we don't lose. Even as we terminate, we recover the advance payments that are running and just put some control measures so that as we terminate, we are not going to lose as a Kasempa Town Council and government, so that as we terminate, we would have dealt with all these issues that must be done before we completely terminate. I also want to mention, going by the question by one of the honorable members, on what measures we are putting in place to ensure that we don't stand on the losing side as we terminate. Chair, I want to mention that there are clauses in the contract that provide penalties for contractors. So as I talk about change management, those are the clauses that we are supposed to revoke and make sure that we recover monies and charge penalties to these contractors who are dragging the works. I will later on call in the Deputy Director of Engineering to clarify on these clauses specifically. And on the question of the selection process and where these application forms we've brought were during the time of audit, I'll request the district planning officer to come in and give guidance on what transpired. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So
Thank you, Chair. So, as to the clauses in the contract when it comes to liquidation and everything else, there is the first one, which is the recovery of the advance claim. So what it is we've already done that in place. Then the second one, of which we are attaching to our risk management plan, is that there's a 5% clause in there, of which is accumulated upon the slow pace of delivery of the contractual period from the contractor, which we are also adding to our risk management plan going forward, so that we can now start to seriously, vigorously answer these challenges that we've been finding. It has been a learning process for us, and we admit the challenges that have come to this House, and we are endeavoring to do better on that one.
Sorry, the 5% is retention. The 5% you're mentioning is retention, but the delayed completion of the project, is it a certain percent of the contract sum?
Yes, there's
and
a 0 point.
Also to the client, if you've delayed to pay the contractor, there is also interest on delayed payments. It's a win-win situation. Yes. Yeah, clarify on that. And also on the design.
You may switch off your mic. Go ahead, Director.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, there are those clauses in the contract. One is 0.02% each day that is accumulated of the total contract sum. When it comes to, that is for liquidation, when it comes to the delayment of the contractor delivering the project. That is what has been added to our risk management plan, and that is what we're going to invoke going on forward.
Okay. They have not exhausted. Can you switch off your mic? Switch off your mic, sir.
I don't understand the question here.
Switch off your mic.
Chair,
yes,
with the 30 grants, or rather the cooperatives that were offered grants with missing NRCs and letters of recommendations, what happened during the time of the audit? I wouldn't really say it was record management, but the issue was because we had 52 groups that benefited. So only 30 had these missing documentations. We had renovations that were ongoing at the time of the audit. So it meant we were sharing offices. So we moved a lot of our staff from planning, and we went into other offices. So when they came for auditing, we couldn't trace certain files, which we later found after we had moved back to our offices.
There was another council, so we're doing renovations, documents yesterday. So you tell, am I like Chair? Renovations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We, from the councils, I hope the Minister of Local Government is here, or actually I'll give you an opportunity. From the councils, always they are renovating where they keep documents. Yes. Mr. Gazinga, please, your children.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, and the honorable members of the committee. Indeed, Kasempa Town Council, this makes a sad reading of the report. And we are talking of 2022, when you have already 2023 ended, and we have 2024 being funded, there is need for us to double up the efforts. CDF is a deep integral part of a day-to-day management at a council. Let us apply the necessary quality controls at each stage we are making decisions. Because through these funds, it's alleviating poverty wherever the citizens of these great nations are. Renovations or no renovation, let us take responsibility of our jobs. Documents need to be secured. If you can't secure them in a month, and yet the limitation thresholds require 20 years, 15 years of retention of such documents, I think as a line ministry, that will not be entertained. Chair, I thought I could make such a submission. We need to do a lot of work at Kasempa Town Council for the people of Kasempa District. I submit.
Thank you very much.
Chairman, I asked who a local contractor in Kasempa is.
I see. Council Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. There were two questions. The first one is, are these failing contractors local or outside? And then the follow-up is, who is a local contractor? Going by the directive and the description of a local contractor is a contractor who should be within the confines of the district. Local contractor. That is for a certain scale of works. However, we also have Zambian-owned contractors who are Zambians, but they can be procured through open bidding, open national. So for these ones, Chair, I want to confirm that most of them are not Kasempa based, these problematic ones. So for us, a local contractor is one within the confines, the boundaries of the district and constituency. But then, most of them are outsiders, but that should not justify why they have done badly and action not taken in time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Dr. Mwanza, I will respond to that. Thank you very much. We have come to the end of our interaction in Kasempa Town Council. But however, we want, like everybody has expressed, that this is not a good report. It's not a good report. And you have admittedly said so in your conclusion. I know that one of the queries that we had with the Kasempa last year or the other year was that they are procuring all contracts from outside. We had it in this room. And by and large, that's what has attributed to this very bad report, because I think the whole management at Kasempa Town Council, we need to change. I'll read your conclusion. In conclusion, having submitted as above, Council management wishes to deeply regret these audit findings and wish to submit that we have learned a lesson from this particular audit. Hence, we wish to commit that this will never happen again in the future. We wish to further assure the House that we are seriously working on a change management program which is meant to address identified issues, to do mainly with general staff attitude towards work, which in turn will improve our efficiency levels so that we deliver to the expectations of government and indeed the people of Kasempa district. I think that's a summary of admission of a bad report. We want to appreciate you Council Secretary, that yes, you have seen that these findings, most of them are not supposed to be there in the first place. If there is really management in an institution, these are not supposed to be there. So it's not supposed to have a bulk up to 20, 21 questions or queries. That is wrong. This CDF is only 2022, 2023, just 2 years. You can't have all these queries, and they are rising actually even beyond. So a few things that you need to take home, Council Secretary. The first thing is that you need to make sure that you are on the ground, your hands on in terms of monitoring. I don't know the Department of Works. What is the substantive Director of Works?
Chair is on leave.
Oh, he's on leave. You can convey this message from us that he has not performed to the expectation of this committee, and we expect him and his team to do better than this. Director, Internal Audit, we expect you to do the best you can. We do not want you to come into this house or before this committee and you start accusing the auditors that they went in the night. You should give us clear documentary evidence on what you are doing. Basically, the committee understands that when there is an advert, when you want to pay for students for skills development, of course, the documents that you need is the acceptance letter from there. After you have gotten the acceptance letter, you must go ahead and go and find out this institution, because we have been having those institutions that are not even registered with TEVETA. You get all those things, you have all the documents, and then you get the quotation from there. Once the payments has been done again, it's your duty to make sure with your team again, the DPO, make sure that those people that have been paid for, they are in school. It doesn't require the external auditors to go and verify. At least you would have done your job and things like that. So working as a team, and then we read this report, we prepare the report together, we sit together and iron out. And when the auditors are here, that's why to some extent, I'm not trying to protect the CS. She's guilty of this. But she came in September. The audit was in March. In March, the auditors were supposed to be given factual information, very good information. Some of these things you would have just ironed them out with them. They were not supposed to come here. So I urge you to work closely with the auditors. When they give you an opportunity, when they ask you what they want to see, please let's avail all the information. And what we believe in here is the documentary submission. Documentary evidence is that we base our decision on. We will not listen to the stories that are coming from Mufumbwe. No, we will not do that. We will listen to the documentary evidence. You know where Mufumbwe is? Thank you very much. As I withdraw my immunity that was conferred on you, go well. We wish you well, but we could be visiting some of these places in Northwestern, but we want you to work very hard. Please put your house in order. Thank you. You are free to leave.
an acute diarrheal infection caused by ingestion of food or water contaminated with the bacterium Vibrio cholerae.
Symptoms of cholera include vomiting, diarrhea, and dehydration.
How do you prevent cholera?
Be sure to drink and use safe water that has been boiled or chlorinated.
Wash your hands with soap and safe water before handling the food or after using the toilet.
Use clean water to wash your vegetables and fruits. Avoid eating foods from the street that have been exposed to flies.
Always eat food that is completely cooked and hot.
Make sure to visit your nearest health care center when you have suspected cholera cases.
Remember, prevention is better than cure.
The Clerk of the National Assembly of Zambia wishes to inform all members of Parliament and the general public that the third session of the 13th National Assembly, which adjourned sine die on Friday, 15th December 2023, will resume on Tuesday, 13th February 2024 at 14:30 hours.
Here is an announcement from National Assembly. The following committee meetings over the standing committees for the third session over the 13th National Assembly will start sitting on the following date. Committee on Transport, Works and Supply will sit from 30th January to 10th February 2024 in Fanyanga Mulikita under the topic Road Freight Transport in Zambia. Committee on Youth, Sport and Child Matters will sit from 30th January to 10th February 2024 in Wesley, Nyerenda under the topic Drug and Substance Abuse Among Youths in Zambia. Committee on Reforms and Modernization will sit from 30th January to 10th February 2024 in Thomas Williams under the topic Proxy Voting for Members in the Chamber. Committee on Delegated Legislation will sit from 30th January to 10th February 2024 in Amusa Mwanamwambwa under the topic Selected Statutory Instruments. Committee on Public Accounts will sit in February to March 2024 in Fanyanga Mulikita under the topic Treasury Minutes and Other Emerging Reports. Committee on Local Government Accounts will sit from 8th January to March 2024 in Robinson Naburiato under the topic Audit Report on the Accounts of Local Authorities for the financial year ended at 31st December 2022 and report on the utilization of a Constituency Development Fund. Committee on Planning and Budgeting will sit from 19th February to 1st March 2024 in Wesley, Nyerenda under the topic Review over the Budget Performance for the 3rd and 4th quarters of 2023. The committee will also sit from 17th to 28th June 2024 in Wesley, Nyerenda under the topic Consideration over the Annual Progress Report on the Implementation of the 8 NDP. The Planning and Budgeting Committee will also sit from 15th to 25th July 2024 in Wesley, Nyerenda under the topic Mid-Year Budget Performance Review for 2024. The committee will also sit from 29th July to 2nd August 2024 in Wesley, Nyerenda under the topic Medium-Term Budget Plan. Members of the public and other interested parties may contact the following officers in the office of the clerk. Mr. Stephen Chiwota, Director of Financial Committees, on telephone number 292-425 up to 36, extension 3095. Mrs. Doreen N.C. Mukwanka, Director, Social Committees, telephone number 292-425 up to 36. Here is an announcement from National Assembly. The following committee meetings over the standing committees for the third session over the 13th National Assembly will start sitting on the following date. Committee on Energy, Water Development and Tourism will sit from 16th to 27th January 2024 in Fanyanga, Mulikita, under the topic, the implementation of a monthly fuel price reviews in Zambia. Committee on National Security and Foreign Affairs will sit from 16th to 27th January 2024 in Robinson, Naburiato, under the topic, the state of infrastructure at borders and ports of entry into the country. Committee on National Guidance and Gender Matters will sit from 30th January to 10th February 2024 in Committee Room number 4, under the topic, the review of the gender-based violence response and programming vis-à-vis establishment of victims' shelters, fast-track courts, and the Anti-Gender-Based Violence Fund. Committee on Education, Science and Technology will sit from 30th January to 10th February 2024 in Committee Room number 5, under the topic, a review of the implementation of the education curriculum. Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services will sit from 30th January to 10th February 2024 in Committee Room number 3 under the topic Devolution of Primary Health Care Services in Zambia. Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labor Matters will sit from 30th January to 10th February 2024 in Committee Room number 1 under the topic A Review of the Informal Labor Sector and its Contribution to the Economy. Members of the public and other interested parties may contact the following officers in the office of the clerk. Mr. Stephen Chiwota, Director of Financial Committees, on telephone number 292-425 up to 36. Mrs. Doreen N.C. Mukwanka, Director, Social Committees, telephone number 292-425 up to 36. This information is available on the National Assembly website www.parliament.gov.zm. Here is an announcement from National Assembly. The following committee meetings of the standing committees for the third session of the 13th National Assembly will start sitting on the following dates. Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources will sit from 16th to 27th January 2024 in Robinson, Naburiato, under the topic Carbon Markets and Trading in Zambia, Opportunities and Challenges. Committee on Cabinet Affairs will sit from 16th to 27th January 2024 in Wesley, Nyarenda, under the topic Review over the Operations and Management of a Smart Zambia. Committee on Government Assurances will sit from 16th to 27th January 2024 in Thomas Williams, under the topic Selected Government Assurances. Committee on Legal Affairs, Human Rights and Governance will sit from 16th to 27th January 2024 in Amusa Mwanamwambwa, under the topic The Fight Against Corruption in Zambia. Committee on Local Governance, Housing and Chiefs Affairs will sit from 16th to 27th January 2024 in Committee Room number 4, under the topic A Review over the Implementation of the Constituency Development Fund. Committee on Media, Information and Communication Technologies will sit from 16th to 27th January 2024 in Committee Room number 1 under the topic Zambia ICT Infrastructure vis-à-vis Financial Technology Growth. Members of the public and other interested parties may contact the following officers in the office of the clerk. Mr. Stephen Chiwota, Director of Financial Committees, on telephone number 292-425 up to 36. Mrs. Doreen N.C. Mukwanka, Director, Social Committees, telephone number 292-425 up to 36. This information is available on the National Assembly website www.parliament.gov.zm.
that is sitting on our platforms. So, this is where we come in. We have to be cyber secure. And we do have a unit. We would want to improve it to more than just a unit. Because we have seen that the propensity, can I say, the hunger to break into our systems has increased quite a lot. So these are the discussions we're having with Cabinet Office to ensure that we become more secure. I hope that answers the Honorable's meeting. Thank you. Then Honorable Makasa, MP. Challenges. Oh, no. There's Honorable Siveso. On the linkages. I was saving the best for the last, but it's okay, we can do it. The linkages. Linkages with technology. The linkages are there. We can't run away from those linkages. Ministry of Technology, of course, are working with the MNOs to ensure the towers and things like that are set aside. And we are in constant engagement with Permanent Secretary Dr. Brilliant Havenzo. Also, when you look at how the e-government plan is, or even the National Development Plan is, the linkages are very clear. With us, we sit where we report to we collaborate and report with the highest body in government, Cabinet, but also the law is very clear that we report to the highest office, that is the head of state. Now, that is meant to strengthen us in order to achieve the first aspect that I talked about, to achieve the aspect of bringing effectiveness and efficiency in central government. That is the idea. So the linkages are there. We sit on various committees, and we do have structured meetings on matters concerning the last mile in terms of the towers and those communication infrastructure that concern mobile technology. Right now, there is a project that we're working directly with ZICTA to look at alternative technology, alternative to the towers, that is more cheaper but can provide the same effect as the towers, because the towers are quite costly. So the linkages are there, and we're working together with the institutions that you mentioned. Yes, some of the challenges are outside our reach. I'll give you one example. I think we're one of the few countries that are driving e-government even when we don't have a national ID, a digitized national ID. When we went to Estonia, they actually asked us, so how are you guys doing it? We are shocked. You don't have a digitized ID. We started with that in order for us to drive e-government. But we have just come up with other orthodox ways to try and identify the users of those government services. So, yes, some gaps are beyond us, but we are hoping that this year these are things which will be resolved. Then I'll go now to Honorable Makasa. The equitable shared infrastructure. So, Chair, even as you discuss with a number of those witnesses who are discussing this matter, you will be informed that right now we are on a program that is going to connect all the councils, all the 116 councils. We are putting network infrastructure. Each council must have network infrastructure. And this is where the equitability comes in. We are receiving some Starlink kits this week. And I know that my good honorable minister did share with you, Chair, and other members, that we ensure that each constituency has a kit. We have belabored ourselves to say, okay, how best do we approach this? And of course to try and find neutrality. Where do we place these kits for each of these constituencies to attain that neutrality? And I think you've heard us announce that we have those ZAMPOST offices that are in each of your constituencies. And they are public places. We intend to take some of the kits to all the ZAMPOST offices in the country. That, Chair, will change a lot, because now the Zambians, as long as there's a post office, will have somewhere where they can now attain the government services. Our aim, Chair, is that all government services are digitized, so that people don't need to go to the office. They'll just find the nearest ZAMPOST, log in, do the service they're looking for, and then they go home, without needing to think to come to Lusaka or to the provincial capital or things like that. We think that if we provide value, so now the Starlink kits, Honorable Makasa, do not need 4G because they work with satellite. And we think that value will be felt by citizens who are far-flanked if they have services such as this. So, and I think I've taken care of the cybersecurity question. Now there is one which you've asked me, which is very, you're saying, it's a deep-end question. I want to believe, Chair, that everything that is done is thought over. And I wouldn't be the one to be critical about decisions that were made, about where we are put in terms of rank and file. What I appreciate is that we have been supported by that SI that came through last year, which empowers us and gives us a little bit of clout. I think I know where he's coming from. Probably the question is, now how are you going to drive this agenda when you are permanent secretary and you have to coerce fellow permanent secretaries?
Exactly.
But for me, without really going there, I would say I appreciate the SI that the head of state signed. That gives us a little bit of clout. We will use the SI to crack the whip. We will hopefully attain what we want to attain in our position using the SI. I submit, Chair.
Thank you so much, National Coordinator. Any more questions? Honorable Dr. Katlila, then Honorable Reverend Katuta. And honorable members, just to remind each other that we are almost an hour late, behind schedule, so the other witnesses have been waiting for a longer time. So we'll take the last set of questions. Besides the two honorable members, is there any other member with a question? Okay, thank you so much. You can proceed. We'll have these two last questions.
Yeah, okay, so thank you very much. My question relates to one of your recommendations. You have informed us that you need to incentivize, okay, but you didn't elaborate really what kind of incentives you are looking at or talking about.
Doctor, we can hardly get you.
Yeah, so sorry, since I'm very close to the witness, I forgot that you need to get the questions as well. I mean, I'm talking about one of the recommendations that has been given out regards incentives for access, if I got it correctly, to some of these services. And I'm just asking, what sort of incentives Smart Zambia is thinking about? I mean, really, so that we can appreciate and maybe make a better case for them. Then second question is with regard to, I think, you have made repeated reference to mindset change. Don't know how many times I counted this issue of mindset change. So one would like to know, what is the current mindset of the Zambian enterprise and Zambians with regard to digitization? I mean, I would like to believe that everybody in this age is aware now that we need to move with time. And I would be surprised if there are any government departments that are still thinking like we are in 1954. I would have thought that maybe you shouldn't be struggling in this aspect. But if there